updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the revamped Vermont Recreation Reserve, and what a picture it looks like nowadays for the big 2023 Grand Final rematch between Vermont and Rowville this afternoon. Both sides have had contrasting starts to the season, with Rowville winning their opening two clashes, whilst Vermont really need a win this afternoon as they sit on 0-2 and really need to fire up, not only for themselves but the locals as well. Joining me this afternoon for pre-match, and it's going to be an action-packed pre-match, is the two of the most foremost analysts in the business in the outer east and eastern suburbs of Melbourne. I want to welcome for the first time this year to the broadcast, Ray Baird. Good afternoon, Ray.
Good afternoon, Brett, and it's great to be back down here at Vermont. And boy, these alterations and improvement down here, it's first class, and well done to whoever's behind it all.
Yeah, the ground's in absolute picture perfect, Nick. There's absolutely no excuses this afternoon for both sides. Another gentleman that really does need no introduction. His knowledge of the Eastern Football Netball League is second to none, and it's a very warm welcome to Matt Lee this afternoon. Good afternoon, Matt.
G'day, Brash. G'day, everyone. Hope everyone's ready for a big game here at Vermont Recreation Reserve. The ground looking absolutely fantastic, as you just mentioned. Absolutely brilliant work that they've done with the reconfigured ground, but the ground is just amazing. I didn't expect to see it in this condition, but so much work's gone into it over the last 6 to 12 months to get it all ready, up and ready for today. But they've done a fantastic job, the City of Whitehorse, to make sure that we're going to have a good game on our hands this afternoon, and for games going forward too, because this venue's always been questioned with the surface of the ground. But no, can't question it any further within the competition. It's going to be up with one of the best.
Our feature guests this afternoon will be the respective coaches of the Vermont and Rowville football clubs in Adam Parker and Ben Wise, and they'll be making their way to the broadcast area very soon. But we're going to as we've got, we're also having a Anzac Day ceremony here at Vermont this afternoon. So we're going to get right into it, and I'm going to start at the bottom. I'm going to start in Division 4. And the game quickly up for discussion in that game is Scoresby versus Kilsyth. Ray, how do you see this game playing out this afternoon?
I think it's going to be an absolute great battle. And yesterday on Friday preview, I did actually pick Scoresby. I just think that their run on the outside, and they play the Scoresby Recreation Reserve really well. They take nothing away from Kilsyth, but they were found out by leg speed in the grand final last year, and I hope that they've improved in that. But at this stage, I'm going for Scoresby.
Scoresby for me as well, Brash and Ray. I think that they'll be able to bounce back after the loss last week to Churnside Park, really challenge them, and look, they'll need to respond. They're a high-scoring team, Scoresby. Got a really good forward line, as we know, so they'll be a team looking to make amends. But yeah, on the big ground at home, they like to move the ball laterally and create space with their midfield. Very skillful and talented side, so I think that'll be a bit too much for Kilsyth, who've got strong bodies nevertheless, but I just think it might be a little bit too much for them to bridge in the later stage of the game. But I'll pick Scoresby. We're about that 4 to 5 goal margin. Yeah,
look, I'm going the opposite way. I think Kilsyth are ready to put their best foot forward this afternoon. I just felt with Scoresby last week they looked a little bit one-dimensional for me, and I think Kilsyth might be able to expose them, especially man-on-man. It's going to be a close game, but I'm going to tip Kilsyth this afternoon. Our resident clairvoyant, the Oracle, has sent through the selections for Division 4, and they are as follows for Div 4. Croydon North Emlock 54, the Pioneers highly rated at 95. In the Churnside Park versus Nunawading game, we have Churnside at 98 and Nunawading 90, so predicting a very close finish there in favour of Churnside. And in the big clash in Division 4, Scoresby 95, Kilsyth 79. So pretty quite interesting observations there by the Oracle.
It is, and that you consider that Nunawading game their brush as well. Spoke to a few people at Nunawading during the week, and they're very confident that they can continue that that spike up and continue their improvement. It was a good performance last week against Kilsyth, so it'll be interesting to see how they back it up and see if they can replicate and try and get a win. But big ask always when you take on a team like Churnside Park, who seem like they're just starting to gather a bit of momentum in the early stage of the season.
Yeah, you're right, Spader. As good as Nunawading have been, I just think the class of Churnside Park, they've got too much firepower down forward, and I think they'll win that game quite easily.
Gentlemen, let's move on to Division 3 now, and some very, very interesting games set down for decision in this division this afternoon. Two of them of note. The first one, I think, is match of the round status in Division 3. It's Donvale are at home to Coldstream. Coldstream have taken all before them this season, and they travel down to Donvale in a very good vein of form rate. Can they cause the upset this afternoon?
Well, they have. I picked them yesterday, and I'm sticking with them to beat Donvale. I think it's going to be Donvale's first loss in a long, long time. But look, they're playing really well. Coldstream. You know, you used to go back 2 years or even last year, and it was a Darcy Carrigan and Fritz, show. But they've got added strength into that midfield, and I think Coldstream will get the points.
Yeah, influx of players. Coldstream doing some really good work at the moment. Big challenge for them to go to Donvale, see how they go, see if they can. I think this might be a bit of a shootout, boys, throughout the course of the afternoon. I think Donvale might just get over the line, but gee, Coldstream, they've been impressive in the early part of the season, just with some of those inclusions, particularly Bayless, who's and Conyers, who's started the season really well. So I think Coldstream will be in it right up till the end, but I think Donvale might just find a way to get over the line at home.
Oh, I think Coldstream can go there this afternoon full of confidence. I think that Jared Bayless has got them playing a different type of football now that Chad Rogers has left. I think some of the players themselves have, the shackles have been lifted a little bit, and I think that Coldstream so far have shown a lot of run early in their wins so far this season. Donvale were very scratchy in the first game against Ferntree Gully. Took them a little while to get going, but they really hit back last week with a big win over Warrandyte. I think it's a really, really good contest this afternoon, but I reckon I'm going to select Coldstream just to edge Donvale out this afternoon, but I don't reckon there's much in it.
No, there's definitely not, and they've got a variety of players week after week for Donvale that just keep stepping up, so they haven't got sole reliance on individuals week after week. It seems to be a pretty even spread of performances. One week it's Nick Murphy, the next week it's Duncan. They're getting good contributions from guys like Max Odden, Rouser in the middle, etc. So the names roll off the tongue, but they're always a hard team to beat.
And the two Djordjevic boys, they're playing some really great
Yep.
football for young fellas as well. Yep.
Well, the first of our feature guests this afternoon joins us, and it's a very warm welcome to the Rowville coach,
Premiership coach,
and Premiership coach into the broadcast box in Ben Wise. Ben, good afternoon and welcome to Vermont.
G'day guys, how are we?
Ben, a great start to the season to be sitting 2-0, but once again you'd be under no illusion that Vermont will be coming hard at you because of the high-stakes nature of the game this Arvo.
Yeah, definitely. It's last year I think we were 0-2 after being in really strong positions throughout the games that we played. But to be 2-0, probably expected it for the people we played against. But yeah, knowing the way Vermont obviously wouldn't want to be 0-2, and they don't want to be 0-3. So it's going to be a massive contest, and I think they're going to build it up as, getting their season on track.
What's been the focus and mantra for the Rowville Football Club in season 2024, mate?
Just to go again, we had a taste of it. The last 3 years we've been up and around the mark, so it's about not dropping off and continue to improve and get better. And I think the boys have come back during pre-season and done that. So yeah, there's no reason why not. We can't keep on the track that we are.
You would be extremely happy with the consistency of this side in the opening rounds. As your KPIs documented, have you averaging 400 disposals per match, so you'd be really happy with the way that your guys have been able to get your hand on the football and make use of it.
Yeah, I suppose getting plenty of footy is always good, but I thought last week we were pretty poor with ball in hand, so the efficiency wouldn't have been great. And to Norwood's credit, they put a lot of pressure on the footy and sort of made us fumble a bit. which is a bit unlike us. But yeah, obviously today we know it's going to be hot. We just got to make sure that we keep our composure and use the ball a little bit better. Our efficiency in front of goal last week was pretty poor. We kicked 23 points, I think. So if we had executed that, then then I would have been a lot happier.
Ben, just as Bresh said, because you're going to be the hunted this year, and just alluding back to last week, I thought that for half a game there, Norwood, they really attacked the player and also the ball, and they were really put a lot of pressure on you, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, and it's a credit to what Moyley's probably trying to do down there. I think, he's had a big change of the list, and, he's come in pretty much from scratch, and he's got to build something there. So I suppose getting the fundamentals right and the pressure around the footy is probably what he wanted, and he would have been really happy with it. After speaking to him after the game, he wanted a shit fight, and he got one.
Yeah. Also, look, with a couple of inclusions in your side this year, from VFL level and all that, you've been happy with the way they've adapted in the 2 games?
Yeah. Well, I suppose most of our boys, we've only had really probably Liam Coughlin and I suppose Tyson Struck's a new one, but he's come up and played a lot of footy with us, and Ranga, Braden Lepanchi. So, yeah, they've adapted really well. Like they're high-end talent, so they've just got to come in and execute what we need them to do, and they adjust really well. With Liam coming to a new club, obviously knew him from when he was a kid, and he's just slotted in perfectly. So, mate, he's a great talent, and I don't know how much we'll see of him.
And talking about those inclusions, mate, late inclusion today, of course, is Cooper McDonald, not at Collingwood, but you must be great to have him back. And how hard is it for a coach to, someone obviously has to go, so that puts a lot of pressure on you?
Yeah, not so much a pressure. They understand. All the boys know what we're trying to do at the footy club, and for decisions, it may be hard to put someone back into the 2s when they're playing good footy, but they understand what I have to do as a coach. I've got to make those tough decisions, and Cooper's obviously in our best side, so to get him back, he's probably the stiffest man alive at VFL level. His 2 games for Collingwood has been elite, and at AFL level, they're trying to put someone, down back when they're a forward to try and get them into some form, and he's just the unlucky one. So, mate, to get him back in our side, I'll never say no.
Good to speak to you, Benny, as always. And
yeah, Spider.
When you look back, also you include Windy back in the team today. Good to have someone like his calibre that can just slot back in after taking some real positive steps at North Melbourne so far in the early part of the VFL season. So that's a great luxury for you. But when you also consider, you're not afraid to play some of the younger kids this year, because that's how you're going to evolve as a team and continue to get better. Because really important, probably the biggest question has always been from Rowville, yes, you've got that you've got that team of players that come in and out VFL wise, and you'll have your senior team, but you need players from below that keep pushing the senior team, and that gives you selection integrity week after week. So that's really important, to get some of these younger players playing senior footy and give them a taste early, because there's going to be times throughout the year you're going to need them.
Yeah, 100%. And I suppose that's what you want as a footy club, to have a strong squad. You've got to make sure that you bat deep, and we've been lucky enough over the last couple of years to bring up kids from the 19s and they slot in. They've been exposed to senior footy. Whether or not it was last year, I think we had 14 guys that debuted, and then we've had a couple already this year. But the guys that have been coming up from the 19s and reserves, they've been really consistent, and they've made the step up, and they're ready to go when they get the opportunity. What
about yourself as a coach? You're the premiership coach. You want to continue to grow in your role. Was there anything that you analysed, reviewed, evaluated over the pre-season? Like, it's great, your name in history as a premiership coach at Rowville, and you always remember that. But you want to keep going. You want to be a long time coach at this level, whether it's always at Rowville or whether you have aspirations to go high. Is there people that are continuing to mentor you and talk to you about different things that can evolve your coaching potential as well? Yeah, I think you're forever learning, and you always want to continue to upskill and make you a better person, better coach. The more work you do away from footy in your off season, and I've got people that I rely on, that I go to get information and bounce ideas off, and you're forever watching the game and trying to progress. And I listen to a lot of podcasts, I watch a lot of footy, and listen to a lot of coaches talk, and you sort of try and pick up things that you really like about they do things. You're forever evolving. Just want to slide one more in very quickly about today's game. Brenton Sanderson coached the perfect game last week for Bourne against Vermont. He eliminated Vermont's kicking game. He put a lot of pressure, particularly on their defensive part of their game, so they couldn't clear the ball outside the exits. Is that going to be a focus point today to really trying to expose that once again? Because they did have a lot of those shallow entries last week, so I'm sure you would have analysed that game in its entirety.
Yeah, I suppose at the same time you want to just execute everything that you do as a footy side, and we build a lot of our things around the fundamentals, which is contest and pressure, and I'm sure if we bring that, it'll put pressure on their foot skills, and if we execute that side of the game, then we can get on the outside and use our strengths as well.
Ben, finally, before we let you go, Anthony Brolick took over from Alex Frawley as the captain of the football club. From afar, I've always been impressed with the way he has led the side. In your opinion, has he grown into the role, and is he a better footballer and leader now since taking over the captaincy?
Yeah, I don't know if it makes him a better footballer, but look, everyone's got their own leadership qualities, and Brol obviously does it a lot different to what Spud does or did. So I think he's always growing and learning as a leader. He's only 27, I think he is still, and he's obviously got great experience at higher levels. But I think for him, it's a lot what he does with his actions, and he demands high standards from the boys, and he's such a competitive beast as well. So if he's leading well by his actions, then everything sort of falls into place after that.
Well, Ben, thanks very much for giving up your time this afternoon, and good luck to the Rowville Football Club as you go in search of a 3-0 start this season in season 2024, and we look forward to seeing you next time we cover Rowville.
Perfect. Thanks, Brash. Thanks, boys.
Thanks, Brad.
There you have it, the coach of the Rowville Football Club, Glenn Wise, always very generous with his time, and premiership coach, knows what it's all about. Rays. Yeah. He's been around a while as a player.
Yeah. One thing, Brash, you mentioned Anthony Brolick. One thing that is also a huge bonus, he can play any position on the field as well.
Well, they had that luxury of even resting him forward.
Yeah, he played a lot forward. He kicked 3 goals in one of the earlier games and got 38 possessions or something.
I reckon he's probably only one or two players that I reckon can go up to the coach and say, listen, this is where I'm playing, and this is where I'm going to play, because I reckon Johns earns that right for Vermont.
But the thing is with Brolick, you can rest him because you don't have to take him off the ground. You can just tell him down to the goal square for 5 minutes, your breath, because he does all that booking work. He can sit on the goal square because he's got to take his direct opponent with him. So you take another player out of the game, and then you put that extra pressure on down in your forward line. It's very smart coaching and really good assessment on the way that he thinks about the game.
Before Adam Parker comes on, let's still keep going through Division 3. The other game that I have penned in for a little bit of a discussion are the two sides that came down from Division 2 this year in Upper Ferntree Gully and Knox. An interesting sort of form line for this game this afternoon. Both sides are really keen to stamp their imprimatur in this division this year. Spider, I'll go with you in this one. Where do you see this one heading?
I think it's going to be a bit of an arm wrestle, to be honest. And I'm not sure whether it'll be until just after half-time that Knox can crack this game open. Look, I've been really impressed with what Upper Gully have done in the first couple of rounds of the season. You've got to hand it to them, because last year there were times where they just simply were not competitive in Division 2. They were getting smashed week after week. And it really wasn't until the back end of the season when they had a couple of really good performances, particularly the last game of the season against Eastland, they could have really won that game. They were really in control of it for much of it, and just wasn't late in the game Eastfield got over the line. But they've gone down a division, they've recruited some players in, they've got confidence in what they're doing as a team, and I think the one thing about their lineup is they're getting players regularly in the best players, and they're contributing. So they're getting a good spread of goal kickers, and they're challenging each other. So I think they're really playing well. I think they're being coached very well. But on the other side of things, Knox as well, they started the season really well, some really good wins. Just over the last couple of weeks against Coldstream, and then a loss to Surrey Park. They've come back a little bit. Steve Bucker will be a bit disappointed. The defensive side of the game we know is what they really pride themselves on. And this year they've got so much depth within their forward line, and they are capable of kicking some really big scores. I think this game will be really interesting to watch all afternoon. I think Knox will get the win, but I think Upper Ferntree Gully can be really competitive. I'm tipping Knox, but but I wouldn't be surprised if Upper Gully take it right up to them.
Yeah, well, I'm going for Knox too as well, Brash. I just think, look, they're a very young side, Knox, and I just think their run. Young fellas will give you the second and third efforts, and I think that's going to be a big factor in this game, second and third efforts, and I'm going for Knox.
Yeah, look, I think Upper Gully got a reality check last week when they went up to Coldstream, and I think that probably come at a really good time for them. At this stage of the season. I've been really impressed with Knox, as they started to progress. I think it's a really close game. I'm going to tip Knox, but I think Upper Gully will be in this for a long time. And I think Knox beat Upper Gully up at Kings Park last year, so it's a bit of a happy hunting ground. So Knox for mine. The Oracle selections for Division 3 have Donvale 91, Coldstream 105. The Sylvan Oakley District match sees Sylvan 65, Oakley District 78. The other clash, which probably we could have talked about a little bit, Surrey Park, who have been on a very, very good run early in this season. They're rated as a 66, where Ferntree Gully are 44. The Upper Gully Knox game has Upper Gully 56, Knox 59. And the other game, Fair Park, who seem to be struggling again this season, take on Warrandyte. And Warrandyte always seem to play well at Manuka Oval. It's Fair Park 59, Warrandyte 68. So it's a bit of a hodgepodge there, right?
Night game as well, boys.
That Fair Park game is a twilight game.
Yeah, 6 o'clock start.
6 o'clock start. But, look, Surrey Park, I've been impressed with Ferntree Gully. I have not been impressed at all. And I believe that big Delicio is put the boots on and he's back today. So that'll be a huge inclusion for them. But, some great games in that division.
My worry about Ferntree Gully is, compared to some of the other sides I've seen them, they look a bit light in the body rate.
They do,
And they look like they get pushed off the ball, and they need their speed. And I think really the guy that actually epitomises where they have the issue is Ethan Kiker. For as good a footballer as he is, he's so slight, but he's got all the leg speed and all the and everything else that you want from a footballer, except a little bit of bulk. So I think that's where I think the problem is with Ferntree Gully at the moment. Right, let's keep moving on, and we're going to move into Division 2 now. Now, this is a very, very interesting week for Division 2. The game I'm going to start with in this one is Waverley Blues are at home to Ringwood. Ringwood are undefeated, Ray, at 3-0, and Waverley Blues are 2-1.
Yeah.
A really good game, and I think Waverley Blues have really made Central Reserve a bit of a fortress there this year.
Yeah, they have, but Ringwood haven't put a step wrong, and they started this roll about 8 games out last season. They're a very young side. They have no worries about going bigger out to Central Reserve on the big wide open spaces, and for mine, Ringwood will get the points.
Yeah, I have to agree with Ray there. I think Ringwood have been in some really good form. It's really showing. Brett Rowe's coaching fantastic. Some really good wins in recent weeks. Waverley Blues last week only just got over the line against Eastburn. For 2.5 quarters, Eastburn had their measure, and it was just at the back end of the game they were able to tie the game down with some continued stoppages, get the ball over the back, and then limp over the line. Got a goal at the end with about 20 seconds to go. Got the victory, and look, they get out of jail by 7 points. So they could have easily lost that game. So for them, it's a big challenge. Omar Mohammed back in the side after a week off with suspension. It's going to make a difference to him, but I just feel that Ringwood on the bigger ground will be able to transition the ball a little bit more efficiently, and I think that they can change their mode, the way they play Ringwood in this game, and really frustrate the Waverley Blues, who love that run and rebound and carry and try and play that lateral kicking game. So going to be a challenge, but I think Ringwood might just get over the line. I think this will be a pretty tight affair right throughout the whole afternoon.
I'll give you my thoughts later, but we're joined by the Vermont coach for the first time in season 2024, Adam Parker. Good afternoon, Adam.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on.
You're on, mate.
Yeah, you're off to a good start, mate.
Adam, a disappointing start to the season, sitting Norton 2. What have been the issues so far that have affected the team's performance to date?
Our ball use, to be honest. we were just really negative the way we shifted the ball. Apart from the first quarter last week, I thought we actually played pretty well. But we just didn't probably connect as much as we hoped, and arguably should have been ahead a bit more at quarter time against Baldwin. But then they put the strangle on us for the final 3 quarters. We didn't win contest. We couldn't transition from our back third. So that's a real focus for us today. We want to try and play a better brand of footy, a better spectacle for our fans, and hopefully score a little bit more, because that's been a challenge the first 2 weeks.
This probably leads me into my second question, Adam. After 2 games, Vermont are ranked 10th in disposal efficiency, around 55%. I'm suggesting the skill level by hand and foot is not up to where it should be in this division. Is one of the main causes being the pressure applied by the opposition?
Yeah, I think so. I think, round 1, Blackburn, they brought great pressure, and Baldwin, their pressure was really strong as well last week. So I think there's 2 sides to that. I think there's our execution as well as the opposition's pressure. But if you're kicking long down the line, your efficiency is not going to be very high either. So that's been a strong focus, that we need to shift the footy a little bit more to give our forwards an opportunity to score. Yeah,
and before I let the other boys loose, a third question I got for you. It's probably a bit of a 2-part question. Adrian Kalkowski seems to be the barometer of Vermont scoring in recent years. Opposition sides put a lot of time and effort to curb his influence, as was witnessed in last year's grand final. Rather than playing him as a deep forward, would you consider playing him up the ground to force a different matchup or dynamic? Or is this a part of Adrian's game where he needs to learn to deal how to work through the tag?
He's going to have a tight defender every week because he kicked so many goals last year. So it's going to be part of his development. He's still a youngish player. Look, he's got to work hard. He's got to get back to his one wood, which is his ability. He's powerful and he's a really good runner. So he's got to really try and expose guys who go that lockdown role on him, because he's got pretty good attributes in that space. But as a forward, you rely on the rest of the team as well. So we've got to get him better delivery if he's deeper. He has been playing a little bit higher at times as well. So to be able to expose, the guys that he's on, to get him running up and back. So I don't remember exactly what the question is, but we need more from him, like a lot of our players. But relies on his teammates as well, getting him better footy, getting him better spots with his work rate. But when we score 36 or something points last week, not many forwards are really firing. So he's the name that everyone brings up because he had a really good season last year. But you probably put our other 6 forwards that haven't fired a shot last week because of the way we shifted the footy. So if we can get into dangerous spots, we don't care who kicks the goals. We'd like to have a spread of 7 guys kicking 2. That'd be nice. But ultimately we talk about him because of his success in the past. So it's actually, if you flip it, it's because he's been such a strong player for a few years.
Adam, you would no doubt like to have had 2 wins at this stage, but the 2 sides you've played against, they're going to be up there in the top half of the ladder anyway. So my next question is, you had a run out here on the new ground last week. How did the players' reaction? Did you get any feedback from them about that?
More the Baldwin crowd and the players. They loved it. They said it's brilliant, Nick. So we have no complaints. They've obviously done a mountain of work, and all the funding that's gone into it has been fantastic. And look, it probably needed it. I know 20 years ago people say that the ground was fine, but in this day and age, all the facilities that we play on were great, and probably ours was arguably one of the worst. So to be in the Premier Division and to hopefully play high-level football, you want a good facility. So, it's been brilliant. We're really happy with it. We thank the local members and obviously the cricket club who sacrificed a fair bit and didn't play here all in the off-season. So, we're reaping the benefits of it because, even the reserves game today, you can see they can shift the footy and move it a little bit better than we were able to last year with the surface.
Yeah. Look, I know you don't want to dwell on last year's grand final and all that, but obviously your side's moved on from that. It's a completely different day and a different game. But surely, for some of them, it must be still at the back of their mind that, they did lose the grand final to them. So has there been any talk about it at all?
Oh, we haven't raised it. I'm sure there's been internal talk in our change rooms about the last time we played them and who they played on and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think it just creates, a nice rivalry that hopefully will go on for a long time because both sides are pretty young, so therefore hopefully they'll be successful for a long period of time, and I think that's what both are building. So hopefully a nice rivalry that comes from a grand final loss, and hopefully today we can return the favour in our way and just play a little bit better than we did on the grand final day. But you're right, there's a few personnel changes and there's it's a different season and all that sort of stuff. But we haven't dwelled on it, we haven't raised it publicly or anything like that. So, but it's always there whenever you lose a grand final. Remember it for the rest of your life. So I'm sure the boys have spoken about it or even thought about it.
Good luck for today's game, Adam. Great to have a chat to you before the game. When you think about what's ahead of you here this afternoon, and when you've been preparing, no doubt, during the week, how hard has it been to prepare for a team like Rowville, in that they've had a little bit of their team sort of changes from week to week with their VFL players coming in and out of the team? You would have watched them play, no doubt, over the last couple of weeks. So, and then you try and have a look and go, well, that's probably out of the 18 that are out there, or the 22, whatever it is, there's probably about 5 or 6 that every week that's going to change. So it must make it, in some ways, a little bit hard to speculate and guess about how you totally want to play against them, because they're that sort of side that they're so flexible and agile, the way they can adapt. They're throwing players forward. Off air just before, we spoke about their ability just to move a guy like Brolick, when he wants to have a break, he has that ability to be able to drag his opponent down to the forward line for his rest, instead of probably coming off the ground like other players do. He goes and rests in the forward line. Today they've got the luxury of a guy like Lockie Wine back into the team. So it really does make you think as a coaching group on how you can curtail all those guys' influences at different parts of time in the game.
Yeah, I think that's a challenge, and it's probably a challenge for them as well when the VFL sides do get delayed and come out later. And I'm sure Ben's making phone calls on a Friday to guys who have missed out because the people have fallen back and all that sort of stuff. And I know I've just looked at your list here, and I think their side's different to the list that was here, so I don't know when that was.
So if that's the whiteboard that went up on Thursday night in your coach's room now, and then you'll go back and go, hang on, there's 4 or 5 names on there. You've actually got to adapt your thinking, don't you? And
a
go,
little bit. But I think most sides are system-based these days. Like, they play a certain brand and they want to play a certain way. So we highlight a few players every week who we think are key to them doing that. But you're right, because generally the guys who are coming back from VFL are their stronger players, so we have to be aware that they're coming back and they're probably going to play well for them. So I think it's a challenge for everyone. But hopefully we bring our style of footy and our brand that we want to play better and for longer than we did in the previous 2 weeks, and hopefully that holds us in good stead, and hopefully it's a good spectacle today.
You didn't do a lot of recruiting in the off-season. You like to always promote from within. You get a couple of players that come into the club from time to time. That must mean you're satisfied with the list development and its progress, because you're just trying to continue to grow the team and develop it with its age profile.
Yeah, that's right. I think recruiting's a hard space. There's so many limiting factors on it, but the reality is, with the system at the moment, you need to promote your youth and you need to promote the juniors, and we're lucky enough that our junior program has been successful for a long period of time, longer than I've been at this club. So you need to make sure you trust in them, and the coaching group in the junior program is really strong. A lot of ex-players are now coaching who have played a lot of senior footy here, because their kids are now in the underage groups. So you got to, from a list management point of view, you probably want to top up 2 or 3 every year, because you're probably going to lose a couple through retirements or moving on or whatever the space is. But you're right, your core has to be the same list every year moving forward, because the points squeeze, salary cap squeeze, all that sort of stuff. But you want the place to be the same still, so it's still a community feel, it's still a family-orientated club that you want to keep, because if you move 10 guys out and 10 new guys come in, the dynamics of that can change. So the culture is really important in our space to keep the same guys together.
Finally, Adam, James Ross has taken over the captaincy, I believe, this year. How has he handled it so far? And because he really has a seasoned shoulder on a young man's head, is he embracing the challenge?
Yeah, so Connor McCafferty is still our captain, but he's injured at the moment.
Okay.
So James will step in. He stepped in last week, and Connor's out for a couple more weeks now. So James is our vice captain, but he will be our captain today. He's a great leader. He's a real vocal, and he's a physical competitor. You want to go and play with someone like him. So to be honest with you, it'd be nice to have 3 or 4 of him. We can play him in multiple different positions. But he's probably realistically going to be the heart and soul of this footy club for a long period of time, we think. He drives all the values that we want. If there was one guy we picked off straight off the top of my head, it'd be him to line up with, that's for sure.
Well, Adam, once again, thank you very much for giving up your time here, and what is a really, really crucial game here for the Vermont Football Club this afternoon. Good luck to yourself and the club this afternoon, and hopefully Vermont at 4:45 can walk away with the first win of the season.
Beautiful. Thanks, boys. Enjoy the call.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Adam.
Adam Parker there, the coach of Vermont, and it's been an absolute delight having both coaches on the broadcast this afternoon. I think we're going to just about take our first break, and when we come back, we'll keep going through all the other games in the Eastern Football Netball League this afternoon, and preview this big clash between Vermont and Rowville right here on Radio Eastern 98.1 and the EFNL website.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the big game this afternoon on EFNL Game Day. It's Vermont versus Rowville. A lot at stake for both clubs this afternoon. Rowville would love nothing but best to go 3-0, whilst for Vermont they really can't afford to go 0-3 in a 10-team competition, because it could affect their final four chances later on in the season. Ray.
Yeah, look, the thing with Vermont though, Bresh, look, they've been in this position before, and go back a few years, they lost 5 or 6 in first games and still played finals that year. You can never write them off. But no, the fact that this is just the grand final replay and conditions are beautiful, the ground's all been done. You won't get any better than this anywhere.
Yeah, look, just finishing off where we were between the Waverley Blues and Ringwood game, I was going to just quickly give you my thoughts on that. I actually think Ringwood come in with an undeniable chance. I like the way that Brett Rowe has worked that side back into winning form, and he's starting to get back those key playmakers. Central's reserve won't worry them, because Jubilee Parkers is just as big, if not bigger. And I'm going to tip them this afternoon to keep their form going. In Division 2, the Oracle has Baronia 106 against East Burwood 46. East Burwood really struggling at the moment, Spider.
Well, last week, as I've alluded to previously, yesterday, and they kicked 69 last week. Lost that game by 7 points. Now, for two and a bit quarters last week, they were on top in that game, and they looked like they were going to be winners. They were 4.5 goals up, but they didn't score in that third quarter when they were kicking against the Breeze. Now, that's very similar to what we saw on Thursday with Blackburn. And 2 weeks earlier when they played Croydon, they didn't score in that quarter again. So when they kick against the Breeze Eastwood, they lose their method and they lose their system. So they've got to work on that. But then when they go forward, they're shallow entries. So if they can get that system of their game better and improve on that, well, they'll be a little bit more competitive. Last week, that was a winnable game, and that was a game they should have won at home. This time, they go into Baronia. They're playing a team that's in red-hot form. We all know they're the number 1 seed, Baronia. They're going to be very hard to stop. You know, guys like Begley, the Malices, Fairchild, they are quality players, and particularly at home, they don't give you an inch. So it's going to be a real tough afternoon for the Rams. They're going to have to be right on song right from the outset, but I think Baronia will be a bit too strong for them. I think they're going to win that game by about 6 or 7 goals. I'm just not sure Eastfield is going to be able to kick a winning score against that Baronia defence.
Yeah, look, the Oracle has Waverley Blues 79, Ringwood 68, so a win there for the Waverley Blues.
Okay.
Mulgrave 67, the Basin 48. I could see something like that. Tipping an upset this afternoon at Heathmont Reserve. Heathmont are really paying the penalty for their poor scoring. They are only rated at 25, yet Lilydale, who they face this afternoon, are at 66. So that could be a real upset.
Well, it's a danger game, yeah, absolutely.
Brash, it depends which side Heathmont send in.
Yeah.
If they're good side play, they'll win easy. If they're poor side play, they'll get beaten.
Yeah, exactly. The other game that I actually had penciled in for us to have a quick chat about was that Croydon-Templestowe game. And the Oracle has Croydon 75, Templestowe 78. Croydon have been in really, really good form at the moment. Templestowe's form has been very patchy.
Well, they've improved their scoring, boys. They Croydon this year, and I think that's all got to do with the way they play in the middle of the ground. You know, the ruck is really important, and they are, and the midfielders, guys, they are really playing some really good footy at the moment. Getting first hands on the ball, their defensive system is sound. When they go forward, they always look like they can score, and they can adjust their modes. Rick Jordan doing a really good job at the helm at the moment, and he's playing a really important part, not only as a player, but I think his coaching has been first class in the early weeks of the season.
And a big home ground advantage is going to be a factor in this game.
And Darcy Earl, who's that ruckman.
It's very hard to play out there sometimes.
Yeah, they're at home, always tough to beat. Templestowe, they need to put those clamps on guys like Fogarty. They need to be up and about early in that game. Just not sure they're going to be able to kick a winning score though, Templestowe.
Yeah, I thought they were disappointing. I thought they would perform a little bit better against Baronia last week. But they were well held last week, and I like the way Croydon go about their business. And look, they're not a high scoring side, but they're probably.
Oh no, they've improved their scoring.
They have
Rush.
a little.
They've improved. They go forward to centre a lot more.
But but the one thing that Croydon have always been good, and you look at their stats year upon year, they're always in the top 3 defensively as rated defences in the competition, which sort of at times negates those scores that they do kick.
Well, that's evident by early in this year. They just don't get those scores kicked against them. So going to be very hard to beat in this game. I'm just not sure Templestowe can kick a winning score, so Croydon will do it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I got Croydon for mine, right?
Yeah, Croydon, yep.
Let's move on to Division 1. I've got a couple of games here that I'd like to discuss with you, gentlemen. The first game actually is the semi-twilight, late, early kickoff this evening, where South Belgrave, and the Oracle has South Belgrade at 63 and Beaconsfield at 101. And I think Beaconsfield absolutely deserve this rating at the moment because they have been in really, really good nick under Mick Fogarty early on the season. They're firing on all cylinders.
The thing about them is they haven't made many changes each week. The changes they have made have been mainly guys going back to the VFL or coming from the VFL. Apart from that, they're a very settled unit, and I think they'll win this game quite easily.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about South Belgrave at the moment. Just that inconsistency, not playing the 4 quarters. They play little spurts of 10, 15 minutes here and there. That sign last week, only to win by 16 points against Doncaster, for me, wasn't a good indicator. But perhaps it was in terms of the way that Doncaster played. Beaconsfield doing some really good things. That great win against North Ringwood a couple of weeks ago. They're playing some really good footy. Guys like Nathan Wright just really gather the momentum for them and lead from the front. So for me, Beaconsfield will win this game. I think they can kick a good winning score.
I mean, we could talk about Park Orchards and Montrose because that probably is the match of the round. But another game that I think is equally as important, if not more important, happens down at Walker Reserve this afternoon between Wantirna South and Doncaster. I have had a look at this. I've had a look at this game and looked at the facts and figures in this game, and I am giving Doncaster an undeniable chance of their first win this year, Ray.
Brash, I don't know if you heard Friday previews today, but I could not select between these two sides. I'm tipped the draw.
Yeah,
I've tipped the draw in this game, and I'm confident with that.
Well, I'm going for Wonton Southport her goal because I think Doncaster can really take it up to the Devils. Look, they've shown some signs of improvement throughout the course of the early part of the season. Sure, they got beaten by a big margin against Montrose a couple of weeks ago, but there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to cop that throughout the course of the year. But Wonton South, look, a couple of players back into the team. They're trying some of the younger players. It's a big game for them. They don't want to drop this one, particularly at home. I think they'll just get over the line, but I think Doncaster might push them every step of the way. This could almost be a goal sort of scenario after the siren.
It's going to be a draw, Spider.
It's going to be a draw after the siren, according to Ray, but I'll say there's going to be a winner. But no, I think Wonton South will just win. But gee, if this game was at Doncaster, I think Doncaster would probably be the favourite, to be honest, on the actual numbers and on the odds. Yeah, for sure.
We've still got a bit of time up our sleeves. The other game in this game, obviously, is match of the round. Park Orchards. Oracle has Park Orchards at 85, and Montrose, who have taken all before them, at 111, which is just about where they are at the moment. Montrose, they're scoring, they're midfield, they're back. They lose Bo Tennant, which might set them back a little bit this week, especially in their back 50 for some undisciplined play. But you can't deny the way the Park Orchards have been going, and they're going to be hard to beat at Domini this afternoon, Ray.
They are. Look, Montrose, they haven't put a foot wrong, but I think they're going to be challenged today. I do. I think they'll win the game, but I think that we're going to go into this game at three-quarter time. There's going to be a less than a goal of difference, but I just think that the little bit more experience in that Montrose side will get them over the line.
I'm going the other way. I think first to 100, and I think Park Orchards' forward line set up. A few different avenues to go. Really going to test the Montrose defence for the first time during the season. Also through the midfield, looking forward to that clash because I think there's going to be some really good matchups. So I'm going to go Park Orchards very narrowly, that first to 100 margin, but this could go anyway. But we'll stick with some good things at Paris Harding with the Sharks early.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go with Montrose. I'm not going to get off them just yet. They've got to do something wrong for me to jump off them.
It's a coin toss. You could easily, you've got to pick someone, and that's what I've done.
I think the other two games, real danger game for Mitcham. Then they're just going at the moment. Mitcham, they're up against Bayswater, who've just seemed to have found their feet in the last fortnight. Oracle has Mitcham 75, Bayswater the upset at 91.
Oh, look, I'm picking Mitcham because it's at Mitcham, but I tell you what, they're going to be careful. Bayswater have finally started kicking scores.
Yeah.
They last year and the year before, they couldn't kick a goal, couldn't buy a goal, but they've kicked some pretty good scores so far.
Yeah, Mitcham's midfield depth probably going to be the difference in the game. A few different avenues to goal as well. O'Loughlin and Cowman doing some good things. Good to see guys like Uran and Smythe, etc. in the team. It's going to go down to whether Mitcham can get into that forward line and kick enough goals, but Bayswater defence going to be under a bit of pressure. I think Mitcham will win.
Talking about a side that can't buy a goal at the moment is the Mooroolbark Football Club. They take on North Ringwood this afternoon, whose form looks really good for a victory in this game this afternoon. They've ran Beaconsfield and a couple of other sides, to very close results. Park Orchards to a goal. They're right in the mix this year, North Ringwood. I expect them today to notch another victory over, for mine, a real disappointing Mooroolbark, right?
They have been disappointing, and I've just been looking at the fixture ahead for them. I honestly, unless they have a turnaround in their form, I can't see them possibly getting and winning a game till about round 8. Where they play one turner south. I look at the sides they got to play, and I cannot see them. And they're not doing anything. They're not kicking scores. Their midfield is getting beaten each week, and that's where it all starts.
Yeah, Smith and Gilby seem to be the players that are holding that team together at the moment. So for me, North Ringwood should win that game do it very comfortably. Liking some of the things that North Ringwood are doing. Guys like Harry Flynn, etc. Young players within the team. Fenton plays well, we know. Livingston. They've got some really good up-and-coming talent, North Ringwood, that they're harnessing. So I think North Ringwood, some good upside. Just got to get a little bit more consistency in their game across 4 quarters.
The key is Aussie Smith in their midfield.
He's always the key.
Great. But I saw off-season where he plays football in Darwin during our summer. Do you think that can be a toll on him? Because, obviously he's not getting as much of the ball.
Most definitely.
Well, your body's got to rest, Ray. It's a good point.
So the Oracle has Mooroolbark 39, North Ringwood 77. I think that's about an accurate reflection there about that game. Gentlemen, let's move into Premier Division. And Premier Division's got some little interesting sort of games this afternoon. We've already covered the Blackburn game, and South Croydon had to survive a late comeback from Blackburn, but Blackburn's inability to score in 1 quarter of football in the end was the difference between the two sides.
It was, and what changed that last quarter was, as far as I could see, was all of a sudden Blackburn decided to get the ball in the centre, kick it down the corridor and kick it long. They had 2 or 3 high-marking forwards down there, whereas in the first 3 quarters they crisscrossed and they mucked around with short passes. Particularly at Blackburn, when you're kicking towards the club room's end, you kick the ball long and straight.
Yeah, you just got to execute your skills. I don't mind the lateral kick, the ball movement side of things, right? But it's being able to execute it for long enough. But against the wind again, they just did. Their whole system just was dismantled, and they just were dysfunctional. So they've really got to work on that. They'll learn a lot from that game. They're a much improved side, Blackburn. They're going to take a lot of beating throughout the course of the season. But that one was probably one that got away from them. But you've got to credit South Croydon. They got the points. They were very resolved in the way and resilient the way that they played that last 5 minutes of the game. Moving that chain of handballs and kicks down the broadcast side, took time off the clock, and then enabled them to score late in the game. That was really important, and that's what the great sides do. They just play to time, and we know that game potentially could have gone a couple of minutes on, because I was thinking, it's been a few goals kicked, but they used common sense. They made sure Blackburn couldn't get any exits and use the ball and get it onto the other side of the ground where they had players free.
Right, quickly, let's go through the other 3 games that are set down for discussion. Berwick, I expect to give Noble Park some real cheek this afternoon. Berwick 57, Noble Park 74, but...
Yeah, that's about what I reckon. Yeah,
so they'll be plucky, but Noble Park will get the job done.
Yeah.
Interesting thing after the nightmare at Mount Dandenong Road last week sees Norwood rated by the Oracle 41 to Doncaster 37. I don't actually agree with that assessment. I think Doncaster, there was a lot of issues for that side last week, but they are too good a football side with enough quality, and I think they'll open their season this afternoon against the Norwood side, Ray, that's really struggling.
Well, I've gone the other way, Brash. I saw Norwood against Rowville last week, and they took it up to Rowville for almost 3 quarters. They held Rowville to 1 goal in the first quarter, and there was Rowville only played probably 10, 12 minutes of football for the whole day. Okay, they still won by 80 points, but I saw enough there with Norwood, and I've picked Norwood because I also were with you on Saturday night and saw the performance that Doncaster East put on the field, and that is not a performance that you would expect from any side in the Eastern Football League, let alone a Premier side.
No,
they put the white flag up, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah,
okay, they had issues on the bench and all this, but you can go on and on about that, but that's only making excuses as far as I'm concerned. You pick a side, you go with that side, you lose a couple early on, you have the guys who you would go to war with should stand up, and I'm picking Norwood in a big upset.
Well,
what about you,
No,
Spider?
going with Doncaster East. Look, we have spoken at length about Doncaster. What they need to do today is get back to their core values, what they stand for on the field, and they've got to play to the game style that is expected of them. And today is all about putting those planks in place for the next few weeks, the building blocks, because they are a way better side than that. We know that if they can get it back to 2-2 over the next couple of weeks, then they can reassess reassess and start rebuilding their season. They're not out of it yet, but a loss today would be an absolute disaster for them. They'll win by 4 or 5 goals. It's going to be system related today. They've just got to get their structure right and get some confidence back amongst the group and some trust. But
I've just lost a friend because with my comments about Doncaster East, Ben Warren Smith has just put his ugly head through the window of the caravan, and I tell you what, I have lost a friend.
All right, gentlemen, we've got a minute and a bit. Match of the day, really, in Premier Division is Balwyn, who are being rated 102 against East Ringwood 117, both unbeaten. Who continues the streak? Ray.
Well, I'm obviously going to pick Rowville, and I'm not just saying that with my heart. I just think that these conditions with the dry weather.
You've missed the game. I've said.
Oh, sorry.
Balwyn and East Ringwood.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. Yeah, no, look, I'm picking Balwyn. You know, as good as East Ringwood were last week, you know, as I just said, the opposition were very poor, and I think Balwyn, from all reports, they were fantastic, and I think Balwyn will win.
Yeah, defensively, East Ringwood are going to be too strong. That midfield is got too much depth. I think they'll be able to kick a big score today, East Ringwood. They'll win by about 5 or 6 goals.
Yeah, I think East Ringwood could probably expose Balwyn's in run and midfield. But I just think Balwyn at home are a different proposition, and I'm going to tip them this afternoon to keep their record unblemished. Well, that's pre-match done and dusted here.
And I will say Brash Rowville by 10 points in this game.
We'll talk about that shortly.
Brash, I want to send out a cheerio. A good friend of ours down at Rowville, one of the old guys, Ron Chalmers, he had a fall during the week, and I believe he's got several broken ribs, but I know he's listening to the broadcast today. So good luck, Ronnie, and we'll get the Hawks over the line for you, mate.
Well, that's EFNL game day. That's pre-match. When we come back after the break, the call crew will assemble and bring you the big clash this afternoon. It's Vermont versus Rowville at Vermont Recreation Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome out here to Vermont Recreation Reserve, Tarara Road, with the sun shining brightly today for the big grand final rematch. It's Premier Division at its best today, and it is Vermont hosting Rowville Football Club. My name is Ben Warren Smith, and it's a joy to be out here today to watch the best of the best in the Eastern Football Netball League. Let's make no doubt about that. A great pre-match hosted by Wayne Brasher and the boys. It was good to go through all things that are happening across the eastern suburbs of Melbourne this afternoon. We hope your team wins. There's sure to be some great football out there today, but it's all about the big clash here, and it's been a big rivalry between these clubs for a number of years. It's also affectionately known as the Baird Brasher Cup on the EFL media team. That's been going on for quite some time. Ray's won the chocolates on that one in recent moments, but it's a perfect opportunity now to introduce the rest of the team. And of course, riding shotgun today in the co-commentators chair is Jared Beeland. Jared, great to be calling with you today, mate.
And with you, mate. G'day to all the listeners and everyone tuning in for this fantastic grand final rematch. As you mentioned, very keen to see how they stack up against each other once again. Some of the matchups that we saw in the grand final last year, they're going to be revitalised. We're going to see how a pre-season and off-season has made everyone a little older, a little wiser. And it's a fantastic day to be out here for it as well. Perfect weather.
Really looking forward to it. Of course, the man who hosted pre-match and a man who just walks through these gates and the red carpet gets rolled out for him every single time. Wayne Brasher, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you, BWS, and it's great to have you back in the calling booth along with Jared this afternoon. I'm looking forward to the broadcast with the team.
This ground's looking really impressive. They've done a lot of work down here at Vermont, Brash. They haven't been here for a while.
No, I haven't. If you have a look at the half-forward line, there's a little bit of a dip in the ground halfway through, and I think it's done by design to allow the water to drain away properly than it has in recent years. So I think it's the ground's in magnificent nick. Having lived in this area for the best part of 50 years, I'd have to turn around and say it's the best it's ever looked.
Yeah, wow. It's a big call, but look, a lot of effort's gone into it, and so it should have as well. The most successful club in the country in this great game of ours deserved to have a park to kick the footy on that didn't cause too many issues, but it has been ordinary in the past. But that's yesteryear.
That's
a man who likes to talk a lot about yesteryear, and I've been looking forward to this day for quite some time. And talk about rolling out red carpet. This guy not only gets that, but he kisses babies and shakes hands and all sorts of things when he walks through the gates. It's a very good afternoon for the first time this year on the Eastland match of the round to Ray Baird.
Good afternoon, Bennett. It's great to have you back on the radio too. Really good, but it's great. Yeah, as you say, everything. The ground's fantastic. The weather's good. Grand final replay. You won't get anywhere in the country.
Quite confident today for your boys, Ray?
I am quietly confident. Although Baldwin's lost 2 games, you can't write them off, as I said on pre-match. They're a side. I remember they lost 5 or 6 in a row a few years ago, and they still played in the grand final. That's right. But no, look, the boys are confident. They're playing some good. They're a very young side, and as Adam Parker said, these 2 sides, they're going to be at the top of the Eastern Football League later for a few years to come.
One thing Vermont sort of enjoys, Brash, is when they've sort of got their backs to the wall and everyone writes them off, because that's when they've really stood up in the past and thrived.
Well, yes, it is, and today they get another opportunity to show their mettle, and because they really do need to win this game of football this afternoon. If you go back to last year, they started slowly as well, and then after that shellacking at East Ringwood by 90 points, they went on a 10-game winning streak, which afforded them a second semi-final and a grand final spot. But with 10-team competition, it's evened up a lot. You're not going to get an easy game this year. Can't afford to be racking up losses when your major opponents are chalking up wins.
Yeah, you're spot on there. It's been an entertaining game in the reserves as well. There's only 2 minutes left to play in this one, and it's a tight one. 44 Vermont to 35 Rowville. The Eagles got out to a really convincing lead early, but Rowville's been able to get back, and they're just having a shot on goal at the moment, so we might just watch this one because this could make it very interesting for the last minute and a half. Rowville going forward, and I think that one might have got all the way, and it's a goal. So all of a sudden, it's a 3-point margin with only a minute and a half to play. If we had the call sheets, we'd probably rip this one out and give it a call, Ray.
Warm up the tonsils.
A bit too close for my liking, mate.
Of course, on the stats, as he always is, right down to the left, Paul Yacone. It's a very good afternoon to you, mate.
Good afternoon. It is a very good afternoon here, the grand final replay, and it's just a perfect day for it. The ground's in very good nick. I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks very much, Paul. We'll be looking forward to crossing to you for the afternoon, as we will this man, Jono Venn, who's going to be our around-the-ground specialist this afternoon. Had a good look at the women's football this morning. Welcome to you, Jono.
Thank you very much, BWS, and good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to be back doing some men's footy, and none more so out here. What a fantastic day it has been this morning, and that this afternoon will be no exception.
Well, the team, doesn't just stop there, because we've got some pretty impressive boundary riders out there on the park today, and they'll have position A right throughout the afternoon, giving us everything that's important from ground level. And it's a very good afternoon to Josh Ward to start off with.
Thank you, BWS. It's good to be back down in my natural habitat down on the boundary. I'm looking forward to this contest. It's a lot different than when we saw Vermont and Rowville last season, where the ground it was the middle of winter and it wasn't in the best of condition. But I'm really excited about this new deck. We've been out here for the women's match of the round earlier on, and just admired how good the condition of this ground is. So looking forward to this grand final rematch as well. It should be a very entertaining contest. We might need to whisper like Blake Tennant last week as well, because we're right around the corner from the Rowville interchange bench too. Blake?
Yeah, super excited to be here as we've just watched the conclusion of another very exciting contest. I'm definitely looking forward to this one.
Thanks very much to Blake Martin, a familiar voice we've heard on boundary so far this season, as Vermont have the last shot goalward for the Eagles, and they'll take out, which is a behind, and they'll take a 4-point win. Brash, you don't even look too impressed with that.
Oh no! Look, I am impressed. No, I am impressed, but I mean, because these two sides. I mean, I think Vermont are unbeaten in reserve grade so far this year. So look, they'll be happy with the development squad, but it's more important what happens in the senior side, my friend.
Yeah, Ray, you've been able to find out the goss for us, and there is a late change to the Rowville side.
Yeah, Cooper McDonald, who has been playing at Collingwood in the VFL, he comes into the side, and big Matty Evans, he played in the reserve, so that's a huge inclusion for Rowville.
Wearing the number 38 Guernsey this afternoon.
Well, he usually does.
Cooper McDonald, so an important player for them, and they'll take it whenever they can, when they can get these listed players to come back and play local level, won't they?
Exactly, and he'll be the general on the back line as always.
Rush, where is the game going to be won today?
Oh, look, I think the midfield could hold the key, but I think it's I think Rowville's goal forward 50 just seem to be a little bit more coherent at the moment. Vermont are really struggling to kick a winning score. I'm worried about their disposal efficiency around the ground at 55% BWS. That's only hitting nearly one in every two targets. You can't afford to do that at this level. I just think that look, they need to show me something because on current form, I can't see them winning this afternoon.
How about you, Ray Baird?
Well, obviously, I think Rowville will win, and I'm saying that. No, I'm saying that with my head, not my heart. Yep. But no, I think it's going to be Vermont will take it up to them for 3 quarters. But I just think, you look at their forward line, and the big plus over Vermont is that Rowville's probably got 4 or 5 players that they can shift around and play in other positions, and if needed. And one, of course, is Anthony Brolick, and there's a few others there as well.
I think, as Adam Parker alluded to, BWS, that even though it's not all about Adrian Kalkowski, unfortunately, at the moment, it is about Adrian Kalkowski, and that's part of the reason why Vermont are struggling, because they need him to ignite the side with his explosive pace and his ability to kick goals on the run. You can bet that Eichhoff is going to get that job straight up if when the sides come out onto the ground and the game's ready to start, because why wouldn't you? He was a man that to completely shut him out of the grand final, and if you can do that, you're cutting off one of Vermont's main arteries to goal.
I was wrong with that number on Jack McDonald.
Cooper McDonald.
He's wearing number 11.
Legs 11?
Yeah.
Legs 11.
Legs 11.
Well, Adrian Kalkowski and Jesse Eichhoff, they're getting very well acquainted now over these
that's why
past couple of years.
That's sort of why, Jared, I sort of put it to Adam, would they play him up the ground to try and break that Eichhoff tag?
Would that be bringing Jesse Eichhoff into out of his comfort zone?
Yeah, well, that's what you would hope. But then again, I mean, like I said, you're going to go with what worked. You've got to give it another shot at the title, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and you leave him where they are to start off with, Brash, and then if you have to, then you can move and change him up the field.
I personally think that Kalkowski should be playing on a wing, running through the midfield, and then when the ball, and then with his speed and agility, also to be able to run on the outside and go through half forward as well.
He's a very creative player, and that
Most
doesn't
definitely.
just have its uses in front of goal.
I think both sides. I think I look at the. I think Brolick is one of the best footballers in this competition. He's hard. He's tough. He leads by example. He knows exactly. I was just saying to Ray off air, there's only 2 players in this side that I reckon could go up to the coach and say, listen, I'm playing here, you swap the other players and I'm playing there. That'd be Lockie Johns from Vermont and it'd be Brolick from Rowville. And I reckon both those players have earned that right based on what they've done in the past.
One of your favourite players of all time is Lockie Johns, Brash.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you what. As I said, he can hit a jam 10 from 50 metres, mate. Fair income. He's got an eye like a dead fish.
Well, get your jam tinned because we're getting ready for this game.
I think the other thing too, Jared. Lockie Dixon coming across from Norwood to go into that midfield gives Vermont another dimension. He's also in the past been a goal-kicking midfielder. He'll need to sort of step up to the plate a little bit today.
Yeah, well, is that an option that they can push forward for times in the game and just sort of have that regular centre line of Jenkins, Johns, Greenwood when he's playing?
Yeah, I think probably the two main players, I reckon, they are missing the captain McCafferty because he's run off that full back line, and then obviously Greenwood, who went off in the opening minutes of the grand final last year, just robbed Vermont of a lot of creativity and smart and street smarts in that midfield. They're not out there again this afternoon, but at the end of the day, it gives other players and the younger players of Vermont another opportunity to stamp themselves as a regular senior player.
Well, that's what Vermont has done so well over the past couple of years, just creating opportunities out of certain crises.
Just another point, Spider spoke yesterday about AFL players coming to watch local footy. Just down in front of us in the light polo jacket there, Sonsi from Richmond. He's an ex-Rowville junior.
Great to see.
Plays for Richmond.
Ray, I might just add, sorry guys to interrupt, I might just add that we had Gary Buccanara in the pre-game function for Vermont just moments ago as well. So, current and also past players around the traps too, which is great to see.
Yep.
Well, we've got a bit of a commentator's curse happening this afternoon because there are a number of jumper changes for the Rowville Football Club with the Anzac Day Guernsey out there. So we'll need to get our boundary riders, Josh Ward and Blake Martin, on that job for us as quick as possible. Thanks, guys.
They haven't even got Showmakers listed on the team, and he's playing.
Yeah, I can see that.
Lockie Winder's got 14. I can pick that up.
Oh, is that him, is it?
Yep.
I thought that was Showmakers.
No, Lockie Winder's 14.
That's all right. We'll correct them as we get them through professionally. We won't just talk about our guesses over the airwaves.
one of the other players that could possibly have a really big day for Rowville is Maverick Taylor in that centre half forward, full forward region. He's long, he's lanky, he's run, he can take a very good, strong contested mark, and he's also a lovely kick, not only in front but from angles as well. He's going to be a real handful. Wouldn't surprise me if James Ross may have to go to him this afternoon to just to just to try and curb his influence. It's going to be a big job for the skipper this afternoon. He's going to have to lead from the front, but also the experienced players like Arnott, Johns, Kalkowski, Dixon, Joey Fisher off that half-back line, and even Wilcox in their full-back area. They're going to have to play really, really good games to keep Vermont in the contest. Otherwise, if it gets beyond them early, they're going to struggle.
Well, it's not too far away here as what will be happening right across the eastern suburbs of Melbourne today. Of course, it's been Anzac Day only a few days ago, and we called the game out at Moreton Park between South Croydon and Blackburn. What a game that was, but we'll be doing the ceremonies, the Anzac ceremonies. We've got the bugle happening out here at Vermont, so the last post only moments away, and a big clash is still it's a special day, Anzac Day, but it's a special week, especially when it comes to sport. It's fully recognised right across the nation, and rightfully so too. And we'll be crossing down momentarily down to the ground level where Kate Green's positioning herself very nicely, and we'll be able to hear from the Master of Ceremonies. Players just linking up arm in arm.
Looks like Perry Fletcher, one of Vermont's probably one of Vermont's greatest supporters. Who, if you go into the trophy room at Vermont, you'll see his work on display. A magnificent etcher, and some of the his craftsmanship is a sight to behold.
They shall grow, not old, as we to the left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. Lest we forget.
There it is. The last post lest we forget. Celebration of the lives that we have now in this magnificent country as both teams take off and go to their final stretches, their final run-throughs, and a final chance for us to go through our tips out here. I'm certainly not going to start with Wayne Brasher because he knows not to talk with his mouth full. But Jared Beanland, who is your tip this afternoon?
I'd have to go with Rowville in this one. They've impressed me throughout the year so far. I mean, it's worth saying that Norwood did test them in the first quarter last week. I'm just not sure if they'll be lying down so early in this game.
How about you, Paul Yacconi?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think Rowville have been in very good form to start the year, and Vermont 0-2. But the thing is, you can never count Vermont out of games, as we all know. But I think I'm going to stick with Rowville.
Let's cross down boundary side.
Toss has just been done. Anthony Brolick has won it. He'll be kicking to the right of your radio dial to the Tarara Road end of Vermont Recreation Reserve, Vermont to the left. Do you want our tips as well, fellas?
Oh, of course we do.
Yeah, well, I'm still backing Rowville here. I just think with Cooper McDonald and Lockie Wine coming back into the lineup, you're not going to get any stronger. I'm going to say 3 or 4 goals the margin, Blake.
We know Vermont are very hungry for the win, and I think they're going to get it done today in front of the home side.
Ooh, I like that. A bit of an upset there. Vermont kicking to the Canterbury Road end of the ground. John O'Ven, your tip this afternoon?
Well, as I understand it, the Oracle tipped Rowville by quite a significant margin. I don't think it will be that much. I reckon maybe 25 points at most in favour of the Hawks.
Thank you very much, Ray Baird. Your tip this afternoon. We've heard already that you're going for Rowville. What's the margin today?
4 goals.
4 goals to you. And Wayne Brasher, of course. Well, it's almost here, mate. We've been waiting for this game for 6 months or so. And which way is it going to go?
Rowville by 6 for me. 6 goals, mate.
Rowville by 6 goals.
I need Vermont to show me something before I can confidently, assess them again this season.
Tipping today, Rowville by 8 points. I think this game's going to be very, very tight right till the end, and it would not surprise me if it goes the way of the home side, who look like they're actually up and about today. There's a good crowd coming in here. You won't get a park inside the ground, but there's plenty of car parking around this ground and across the road, other side of road of Canterbury Road. So get down here and enjoy the sunshine, enjoy these great days that we have, because sometimes they don't last too long. But we're almost getting ready for a start here. Players going to position. And we're only a moment away, and to start us off this afternoon will be Jared Beanland. And time to get excited, Jared.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ben. This is the grand final rematch, of course, of Premier Division last year. So some heavy hitters out here at Vermont Reserve. If Rowville can repeat the glory that they won last year, or if Vermont can get a small amount of revenge as the ball goes up for the first time here in this game. Rowville will get the first clearance. It's come out to Wood. He didn't quite handle it. Stapleton wrapped up. Secondary ball up just on the wing. As we look at the lineup there for Vermont, some stars in the middle there, of course. Brolick, one of those for Rowville, however, got shoveled a handball out. Rowville attacking well here. Inside forward 50, it's going to trickle over the boundary line. Fisher watches it go over as we go boundary side for the first time.
Couple of matchups to watch. Lockie Stapleton has got the job on Lockie Johns, and in Rowville's forward line, it's Lockie Wine up against James Ross once again.
Thank you very much, Josh Ward. Keep an eye on all the matchups out there. Quick kick out of the scrimmage for Vermont, goes high. No one could quite handle it. Rowville, that was a good little handoff there, and now Verrill gets it inside forward 50. Wind is there, just bustled out of the way by James Ross. That looks like the matchup down there, Ross v. Wind. That's going to be a mouth-watering clash of two excellent talents. The skipper against the goal kicker. Back into play. Tap down goes Vermont's way, but it's been all wrapped up there. Not much that Calder could do with it. 1.5 minutes gone. Down Rowville's end. Vermont, they're going to dig their heels in, but running around the body, Stapleton, it was his first shot at goal for the day. Went across the face of goal just for the 1 point.
Indigo Bank scoreboard shows 2 minutes into this first term. The narrowest of margins going the way of the Hawks. A short pass by Calder into the back pocket. Spots up his teammate, that was good. And now Fisher on the right boot, drives the ball up towards the wing position. Fist over the top, came out towards Kalkosky. It was trapped off there, nicely there by Eichhoff. He did well for the Hawks, handball out wide. They kick up towards the half-forward line. It was a scrappy sort of one, but it held strong, and Kane Young takes the mark, or was it gone just out of bounds on the full? So it'll be Matty Wilcox, one of the favourite sons down here at Tarara Road, to bring the ball back in, but the umpire said it was a little bit too quick. I'm not too sure what that was. It's not like he was going over the mark anyway, and he's still not. So that really doesn't make much sense. And the umpire's like, well, no, I've told you 3 times. Now come back and kick it over the mark, Matty. So the ball goes back to him. And Yarna wanted that one, and he was sort of going to create the switch there. So this time Wilcox will kick over the mark. He kicks it up towards the Strawn direction, who had the front spot that time. Ball hits the ground, paddles inside that forward line there for Vermont. Little handball out wide. That came that time from Eichhoff. And then a strong tackle going away on Tyson this time. He was brought to deck, and we'll have a ball up 50 metres out from the Vermont goals.
We've got some scores around the ground quickly with John Event.
Yes, indeed. We can go out to Park Orchards and Montrose, to use an expression, saying the quiet part out loud. 5 minutes into the first, Park Orchards 128, Montrose 106, thanks to Blake Tennant.
So Rowville, they've taken a mark on the wing, just defensive side of it. Short kicking option, that was from Kane Young. And it's come off hands over the line there. Quick boundary throw in. So, bit of a feeling out period for both teams. No one going full guns blazing just yet. And in the ruck, Strawn took it, but it's come down now to McDonald. Kick inside forward 50. Tackle laid there by Rowville. Good pressure. There's Wind laying the tackle on Fisher. They both get up, shake themselves off. Strawn will take the ruck against Wind. Mill draw, but Vermont to get the clearance. If he can handle it here. That was good work there by Davies. Kalkowski's working his way up the ground. He's got Eichhoff for company as always. Arnott scoops the ball up, tackled immediately. Good job there by Eichhoff.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it is Jesse Eichhoff up against Adrian Kalkowski as well. And Kalkowski has started as one of the deepest forward. There's an off the ball free kick, I think, going in the direction of Cooper McDonald.
Red card.
A red card already.
And it might be to Kalkowski. It is Kalkowski that's been red carded.
Too sure what happened there, but hitting the deck that time was Verrill. So Callum Verrill hit the deck. Kalkowski's been red carded.
Well, that's a shame for so many reasons.
Yeah, well, you gave him one in the stomach off the ball, and the central umpire in the middle of the ground called it.
So umpire has possession of the ball right now as...
Brash, you're nodding your head there, mate. Very undisciplined, very undisciplined. You can't afford to do that.
Red card. We're not even 5 minutes into the first quarter. Could be a very damaging blow, that.
Verrill's coming off looking pretty sore. Play will continue, however, as it's in the hands of Tom Lockman. Centering ball, top of the goal square it is. The Flyers go up. Davies did well. Well, no, he lost a handle on it. So Rowville shoved the ball out there to Young. It's come out now to Wood. He's got Dixon for company. It's going to trickle over the boundary line, however.
Don't know, the red card raised that on automatic 2 weeks suspension.
It used to be, as far as I know.
I'll ask our media manager, Ryan Long, to check up on that.
Yep.
So the umpire throws it in. Wind had the front spot over the back. A lot of plays around this ball. Little trickle kick up towards the forward pocket there for Rowville. Who's going to be the first player to meet? It'll be Davies. No, it wasn't. It was Hyams. Hyams that time.
We've got stats with Paul Uconi, real quick.
The inside 50s in the first quarter are so far 4-1 in favour of Rowville.
So Strawn to go up against Wind. It was Wind this time, got it over the back. Charging in through there was McDonald, got the handball out wide. It was chopped off there, though, by DeReo as the kick goes out of that defensive zone. Standing underneath it, though, the big man, Tommy Lockman, and he takes the mark. So he'll repel here. He'll try and thump it back in on that familiar left foot. Comes in now, winds up. Kicks it every bit of 50 metres right to the top of the goal square. Wilcox was the big flyer at the fall of the ball. Young was in there, little handball out, snap around the body, this time by wide. That's a perler. He was in the right spot. He got the quick handball, and on the left boot he puts through Rowville's first on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 7 minutes into this first term, and they lead 1-1-7. Vermont yet to score.
And that was a great intercept mark there by Tom Lockman. He has been a real find this year. He's played in the twos the last couple of seasons. He's got his chance, and in the 3 games so far, he's done really well.
Yeah, Rowville certainly controlling the stoppages around the ball at the moment. Their tackling pressure has been very good.
Just on Lockman also, without Showermakers in the side, he's got a big job to do in the ruck as well.
So up we go once again back into the centre. Tap down Rowville. Comes straight to Jenkins, however. He got the kick off the ground. Fitzpatrick's going to have to go hard here to win the ball. Turns tackler and we'll have another ball up. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 1-1-7. That's Rowville. 0 all over the board is Vermont. 8 minutes gone. Johns feeds a handball out. Now's a thrust forward for Vermont. But great intercept mark taken there by Rowville. The kick was a little indifferent, however. Set a task here for Wood. Gets it on the boot, goes forward. Oh, it was Clark, in fact. Pack forms around the ball here. As the kick down the line found plenty of players.
John O'Venn around the grounds.
As I recall, this was one of the matches of the round apart from this one. Baldwin yet to score. East Ringwood 1-2-8.
Quick kick out of the pack that time by Lockman. Scrambled it at about 15 metres, and over she goes right near the Vermont dugout, where Cal Cosby sits for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's a big blow.
It's a massive blow. Player short, effectively, for 4 quarters of football as it comes out. Dureo was in there, then tried to scoop it back. It was almost a throw. Umpire said play on. Lockman, who's in and around everything at the moment, the big ruckman, hits the deck from a tackle from Angus Strawn, and will have a ball up. Wasn't Strawn, sorry, that time. Vassars bringing the big man down. Knocked that time. Little fling on that time by Jenkins. He's going to be pinged. I'm not too sure what that was for, to be honest. But free kick nonetheless going the way of Lachlan McDonald, who's going to square things up to centre half forward. The sun got in all players' eyes that time. It just went straight through the arms there of Dixon, who had enough time to get the handball away. Scrambly kicking towards the middle of the ground. He was looking for his teammate there in Smith, who had to go up that time against his opponent in Eichhoff, but they've got the numbers at the fall of the ball. Kick goes inside forward 50, up towards the forward pocket. Big fly that time by Kane Young. He couldn't pull it down, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw-in. If you're enjoying the broadcast today, 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. The ball's about 40 metres out from the Rowville goals.
10 minutes gone in the first quarter. Ruck battle. It ends up with a Vermont clearance. He had space and time to weigh the kick. Comes to a pack, though. And the intercept mark taken by Rowville. Pass inboard to Cooper McDonald. He wants to play on. Aggressive kick forward. Johns over the top of Wood, though. Slaps it over the boundary line and ends a likely thrust there from Rowville. And let's go. Is it Stat Centre with Paul?
Yeah, so the inside 50s are 7-2 the way of Rowville.
And we've also got scores around the grounds with John O'Venn.
Score in Division 1, Mitcham 1 straight 6, Bayswater 3-1-19.
Thank you very much, Jono, as the previous stoppage ends in another stoppage as we go again on the outer side there.
Paul Uconi on the stats.
Yeah, so the clearances are 5 apiece.
Thank you very much, Paul Jenkins, to win another of those clearances, this time for Vermont. Johns hacks a kick towards the pack, just across the wing it is. Bubbling ball. Attacking it hard there. Vermont kicks it forward. They found space, or they found territory. Fitzpatrick lays a tackle. Handball over the top by Rossiter, smashing his way in. Lockman, he is in everything, isn't he? Another ball up.
So about 65 metres out from the Vermont goals. They've struggled to even get it inside forward 50, Brash. The umpire throws it up now. Little handball out. Here's their opportunity. Kick was smothered. Well done there by Cole Clow, who created that bit of pressure. And kick goes about 25 metres in the Rowville direction, and it's right near the scoreboard out here, which currently shows a 7-point lead to the Hawks, the reigning premier.
It just seems like to me, BWS, that the back 50 of Vermont is under immense pressure, and they're turning over the ball again with poor disposal.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Over the back this time. This is a go for them though, for the Eagles. Little kicking towards the middle. It wasn't a high percentage play there because Clark was there for Rowville. Took the ball, got the handball out. Now the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. It went over Colclough's head, but he's going to get it on the bounce. Just couldn't quite trap it at that crucial stage. This is Jai. Spun around. Nice little pirouette that was. He might get it back with the 1-2, but copping one high for his troubles was Mav Taylor. The mullet. And 2 kicks from home, the Hawks. Short passes on. Probably make that 3 now, given that he only went a little way towards Stapleton, who's now just weighing his options up. He's going to poke it, kicks it on the left, deep into the forward pocket. It was a good kick too. He had to make Wind really work for that one, and just couldn't pull the mark in. And over the boundary line, it goes for a boundary throw in, right forward pocket. Can they manufacture from this stoppage? Wind will go up against Strawn. Wind just took it out of the ruck and snapped it around the body, but he pushed it to the right-hand side. 1 behind is the result. 13 gone now on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And the first quarter here on the Eastland match of the round, and it is an 8-point lead to the away side. This Rowville 1-8. Vermont yet to score.
It's got a pull in the stat centre.
The tackles so far are 10-7 the way of Rowville.
Thank you very much. And scores, I think, as well. Or will we come back to Jono? We will come back to Jono in a second as Rossiter gets a centering kick from this kick out for Vermont. Mark taken. Can they slow it down? Jenkins goes out wide. Back to Rossiter. Kick down the line. There's another attack forward. Could come unstuck here for Vermont. Rowville got numbers to the ball and wrapped up, and that was well done by Matty Davey. So another ball up. Approaching 14 minutes gone in this first quarter. Grand final rematch. Premier Division last year. Free kick goes the way of Vermont. Looks like it's Tyson.
Strawn will ask for it long here.
It's been a bit of a find, Angus Strawn, to be honest. Did well in the reserves. Oh, high fly there. That was Liam Coughlin. Couldn't bring it down. But Vermont, they're not going to take this opportunity as they've gone forward. Scrubby kick outside of defence for Rowville, but it's going to come off. Quick set of handballs, but it's come unstuck here. Fisher, aggressive run. Takes the kick inside forward 50. It's not going to work out though. Coughlin gets the hands out there to Wood. And a spearing ball straight through the hands though of Colclough. His brother makes up for it. Rowville wheeling and dealing, back inside forward 50. Important little punch in there from the captain, James Ross, as he was 2-on-1, and it's been
every day of the week that was deliberate.
Yeah, no argument from me there.
Matty Martini, well, he's right in front of Adam Parker there. No advice from him. Centering ball from Martini. Taylor was stalking it. Vermont were first to it, bit of a fumble. Getting tackled over the line there, though, was Wilcox. And it was 1 behind there for Vermont.
Paul Yaconi on the stats. Sorry, John O'Venna over the back.
Sorry, that's my white light there. Berwick 1 straight 6. Noble Park have hit the lead early, 1-1-7. And Montrose trailing by 23 points, 4-6-30 to 1-1-7. Very fast start from the Sharks, in the words of Blake Whispers Tennant.
Thanks very much, Jono. As the ball is now moved down to the wing position here. Intended target was Smith for Vermont. Couldn't keep the ball alive, so we'll have a boundary throw in. It does so now over the back. That time Tyson got the handball up, linked up okay there with Calder. They're trying to go through the middle. Dixon got wrapped up, got the handball away just in time. Vassis dropped and it should have been pinged as well. The crowd was screaming for it. Handball over the back now. Here's Coughlin for the Hawks on the right boot. Squeezes a kick inside forward 50. Couldn't quite hit the target. Calder was there to mop up. Little handball over the back. Got the old 1-2. And now he'll use the wing to square up a target. But he's kicked it straight down the throat of Cooper McDonald, who's going to get the switch happening now for the Hawks. Got the handball away on the right boot that time. It went out towards the player in Can't quite see that one, but we'll go out further wide now as the taking off to the races there is Eichhoff. Oh, he just left his opponent in the rears there as the kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Dropping what he should have taken there was Colclough on the left boot, just poked it forward. Handball up, the link kick. Here's Wood going, and he puts it through. Well, they're all over him at the moment. There's no doubt about that. It's making it very hard for Vermont to get through to the forward line, but equally it is Rowville who are doing all the work up forward, and Wood puts through his first. That's Rowville's second on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, all scoring to them. 2-2-14, Vermont yet to score, Ray Baird.
Yeah, look, Brash, I don't want to put rub salt into the wound, but with Kolkowski off the ground, Eichhoff has got a free rein now, and he's had quite a bit of the ball since that has happened.
Boundary.
Let's go boundary side with Josh Ward.
Yeah, that's one thing I was wondering if he would just take the game on more Jesse Eichhoff without having to trail Adrian Kolkowski for the remainder of this game.
He can be a bit more creative now, can't he? As we're right back into the centre. Tap down there. Went Rowville's way, but Vassos extracted it. John's kick was smothered. Rowville with the numbers now. It came out there to McDonald. The kick down the line, though, well intercepted for Vermont. They're looking to go inboard, looking to use the corridor. Mark taken by Calder. Plays on aggressively. What's he got down forward? Rossiter was there, but the kick was wayward. It's a 2-on-1 against Rossiter. Rowville will win out. And they're going to link up through hands. Cooper McDonald kicks it onto the wing. Intercepted by Tyson. He had support. How much support, though? Had to slap it forward as Rowville closed the clamps. McDonald once again shares it with Brolick. Now in the hands of Rowville as they find space, find out wide. And that was Clark. Now it's come to Tyson Schruck, and they're going to slow it down here on the wing, just in front of the scoreboard that reads 15-0. Rowville's way into the centre. Good, important touch there for Vermont, but Rowville had support down to the ground level. Colclough, he's going to be hunting it. He's got Fitzpatrick in attendance and Fisher as well. Snap around the body from Martini. Top of the goal square. Punch by Ross. Dangerous spot here. Ross is going to have to force it over the line. And it's just the one behind once again for Rowville. But they're really under the kibosh now, the Eagles.
But look, the pressure that Rowville's putting on the Vermont player when they've got the ball is just unbelievable.
Couldn't have said it any better, Ray.
So John's screaming for it. Centre half back eventually receives it. Player of his ilk demanding the football deserves to get it kicked to him to give him every chance. Big fly that time there by Burke. Was good enough at ground level after dropping the mark. Little look away handball. Might be there just in time there for Calder, who got the handball away in the nick of time also. Kick goes up towards the half forward line. Bouncing football. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in over Durayo's head.
It's no wonder the Vermont forward 50 can't get into the contest because the delivery coming in there is abysmal.
Well, they're kicking it too high and too much airtime, just giving the Rowville defenders every opportunity.
Tyson versus Lockman that time. Here's a chance for him. Fitzpatrick was there looking for a look-away handball, but Calder coughed it up in the end and mopped up nicely this time by Rowville in the arms of McDonald, who goes out wide, and they'll just slow things down a little bit here, the Hawks. Little toe poke over the top, that's okay. Might start to look across and use the corridor here. They do have players streaming right across that half-back line. Rowville, as the umpires paid a 25-metre penalty. I think encroaching on the mark might be the result of that one. Didn't quite see what it was for.
I think he went over the mark, BWS.
So Lachlan McDonald. It's about 70 metres out from goal. It's a beautiful kick all the way to the top of the goal square. Big fly over the back. Fantastic grab, and only about 20 metres out from goal. Rowville would surely go back and kick their third of the afternoon, and they are just doing everything at the moment. It was a magnificent leap.
BWS, I don't get this opportunity much, but it was Liam Coughlin who kicked that ball forward, mate.
And Matt Martini was the man who took down the screamer.
Yeah, definitely a candidate for mark of the day there.
I was missing the one in front of the 7, Ray.
I know
as
that,
Matt Martini, thanks for correcting me, nothing's changed as he comes in now. Drop punt, go for a goal. Straight over the goal umpire's head. It's already looking dangerous out here at Tarara Road. Just get that feeling, don't you? 21 minutes cross on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Time on here in the first term. 3-3-21 the Hawks. Vermont yet to score.
Just on Martini, what a revolution he has been since he come from East Burwood at the start of last season.
Oh, yeah.
Can't be easy to come up to a Premier Div 10.
That's right, he's just walked in a Premier grade and looks like he's been there all his life.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment, Vermont just do not seem to have any answers whatsoever Rowville are running all over the park at will here.
Lockman into the centre there. Now the ruck. Brolick with eons of time there to weigh his kick forward. Pushed under the ball though, Vermont. It was well done by Duffy. Snap round the body towards Colclough. He's got support, but he's got a kick at goal as well. And there's another one for Rowville.
Colclough with the Brock variety.
Brock indeed it was.
Yes.
So they really are putting Vermont to the sword in this first quarter. Quarter time can't come quick enough for the Eagles. 4-4-28 to Donuts on the scoreboard for Vermont. 22 minutes gone, so we're into time on now.
So Vermont have only kicked 2 goals in 4 quarters of football since the end of the first quarter last week, Ray. That's not a really good rate of return. They're in trouble here. They are in big trouble.
Well, can they get one back late? Would certainly be handy. There's no doubt about that. As a handball this time came out from Brolick. Up towards the half-forward line they go again, and it's all too easy at the moment. Kane Young has it, 50 metres out, spots the target over the top, and Nash Wood was running hard. And he'll have a ping from just on the 50.
Well, they can't win a centre clearance, Ray. They're getting absolutely smashed out of the middle, Vermont.
So Nash Wood, this will take every bit of his best to put this one through. Well, the team's running full of confidence at the moment. Holding Vermont scoreless so far. For a 5.5 goal lead, here comes Wood. We're right behind him here. It's a beautiful kick off the boot, but he just didn't have enough to bring it back. Made the distance very easily, through for a minor score. 23.5 gone here in the first term. The Eastland match of the round. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. It's a 28-point lead to Rowville.
We've got some quick... Well, we'll come to Paul Yukoni with some stats in a second, but Vermont might have stuffed this up for a sec. Just over the boundary line. Boundary line was the friend of Tyson Calder there. Paul, what have you got for us?
Referring to those clearances, it's 11-5 the way of Rowville.
Thank you very much. That is definitely a deficit that Vermont's midfield is going to have to turn around at some point soon. Strawn gets the tap down. Can he work things out for Vermont in the middle? Jai Colclough, or Brock even it was. Lost it there. Fisher gets a handball into space. Calder was in support. Great tackle laid there by Verrill. Kick down the ground. Barker couldn't handle it. It was a good little touch there by Rowville. Sharing it round, but Vermont continued to apply the clamps a little bit there. That was McDonald brought to ground. Turnover into the centre of the ground. Another turnover though. Fitzpatrick just couldn't get hands to the ball. Had too many Rowville players in attendance, so now they're working it down the ground through kicks and marks. Nashwood is the one with the ball now on the outer wing. It's going to send it forward. Pack forms at the arc. Punch away. Chance for Vermont. Good body work by Rowville though. That was Evans. And kick by Stapleton. Rolls towards the top of the goal square. Here, Martini. Free kick.
Yep.
He has indeed. No. Oh, I'm surprised that was a ball up. I thought the ball was still in motion there. But Wine just takes it out of the ruck. Tackle to ground. Calder's there. Colclough as well. Another ball up. And it was a Davey, not Evans, I called, I think, a couple of minutes ago. So, Wind, Calder, bouncing ball, LaPlanche, oh, it struck even. Brought to ground, that was Fisher. Another ball up. Vermont digging their heels in defence, but how long can that continue for? Especially with these clearance after clearance after clearance, and Rowville have proved their prowess in that today.
Should be holding the ball there.
And it was holding the ball there.
No, he's paid a free kick. Oh, no, he had one arm going one way.
Now he's reversed it.
Yeah.
So Lockie Johns to take the free kick and BWS to take us away.
I was going to say, that's for sure, Lockie Johns.
Johns was dumped.
Just kick goes out wide. Mark's been taken there by Noah Burke. So it really seemed like they're running down this clock here. Get the stoppage. Little push in the back that time on Smith almost. Umpire said it was okay. Getting the high fives was Gordian. There's a little bit of argy-bargy happens. Probably expected a bit of this a little bit earlier, to be honest. Seems the way the game was going. Comes down, John squeezes a kick forward, bouncing football out in the front of Burke, who was just wrapped up in a tackle, and he's been pinged for holding the ball. Incorrect disposal. Well done there.
Brash,
Rowville.
when you're playing as bad as they are, you can't afford to be physical.
No, you cannot, Ray.
Not unnecessarily so, no.
Verrill to Stapleton, inside forward 50. Oh, it's all just too easy at the moment. It's almost like Vermont just stopped there. And going back and having a shot on goal will be Kane Young from about 45 metres out. It's tugged up pretty tightly on the boundary line, but a nice spot to have a shot on goal out here at Vermont. Should be able to work the ball back. The fancy fluoro boots. Kane Young to kick Rowville's fifth. Gets underneath it nicely, but pushed it way left from the get-go and through for another minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 27.5 gone. It's 4-5-29. That's 9 scoring shots to 0 in this first term so far.
Actually, BWS, I make it 4-6.
Make it 4-6.
Yeah, I do.
Clickety-click. Let's change that one now. And it looks like the scoreboards are taking your advisement as well, Brash, and it moves on to 4-6. So they know what the go is.
Calvin Durayo, been a revelation for Vermont in the past couple of years. Kicks it to Arnott, VFL experience. He's out there wide, down the line to Burke, went through his hands straight to Cooper McDonald. Hands it off. Centering kick for Rowville as they're going to try and switch the ball, open up the ground. Eichhoff gets the handball out in front there. Little kick down the line now. That was not a great option, or not a great executed kick. Easy intercept mark over on the other side of the ground for Vermont. Johns now. You've got to say, this is if there was any sort of resurgence to come from anywhere, Lockie Johns, Lockie Jenkins.
Go.
It would be from them. Wilcox now. Kicks it onto the wing. And there was an infringement there. I think it was against Cooper McDonald. Indeed it was. Tyson Calder now to take the kick. And he's kicked it to 2 Rowville players.
Oh, God.
And the mark easily enough taken by Jackson McDonald. Little chip to Wood. He's saying, slow it down, come across the ground.
That was ordinary, Brash.
Yep, it certainly was.
And they are switching it around here, Rowville. They're going to find the outer side of the ground.
I'll be interested to see what our boundary riders come back with after quarter time when they go to the Vermont huddle.
Lachlan McDonald. Not the perfect kick. Stapleton lost a hand at it. Vassis going hard here. Lockman was there as well. So Vermont were able to turn it over to Durayo, now to Dixon. But he was shoved over the boundary line. Nothing is going right for the Eagles. It almost feels like that game against East Ringwood last year. Not to invoke that those memories, but it's the best comparison I have. Johns now went the fresh area, unfortunately. Jenkins lays the tackle. Vassis gets a handball out, even that caught. Cooper McDonald turns to run straight into Durayo. There's a tackle. And there's the quarter time siren. And it's been a fantastic start for Rowville in this grand final rematch from last year. Vermont have a lot of work to do. Let's go to Ben Warren-Smith for the goal kickers.
Yeah, all singles at this stage. It's 4-6-30. Rowville leading. Vermont yet to score. Single goal kickers to Brock Cowclough, Matt Martini, Nash Wood, and of course Wind, who opened up proceedings. Let's go to John O'Ben, who's around the grounds very quickly.
Thanks, BWS. Just rounding out Premier Division for the moment in the first quarter, presumably quarter time as well. Norwood 2 behind Doncaster East 3-3-21. And some going all the way out to Division Oakley District 6-3-39. Lead Sylvan 3 straight 18.
Great stuff, Jono. We'll hear some more scores from you when we're back. There's 1 quarter down. There's to go out here, and it's been a fantastic start by the reigning Premier Rowville Football Club. They lead by 5 goals. Vermont, a lot of work to do. We'll be back with all the rest of this action right after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Live back out here at Vermont Recreation Reserve down Tarara Road Way, and there's an unfamiliar sight. We see a scoreless Vermont in the first term with the reigning premier reigning supreme. There's no doubt about that. 4-6-30 they are and hold a convincing 5-goal lead, Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, they do, and it's all because they've been able to control the midfield. Their tackling pressure on the Vermont ball carry has been exemplary. Vermont can't get it out of their back 50. When they do get and take possession of the ball, their disposal by hand and foot, which I've spoken about ad nauseum this afternoon, has once again let them down. And Rowville have completely blanketed and made sure that they've got the game on their terms.
Look, at the end of the day, they're playing well, aren't they, Ray?
Oh, yeah, they certainly are playing well. Look, every contest that you look at, there's 2 or 3 options when Rowville get the football, you know. Yeah. Whereas Vermont, they get the football, they don't, pardon me, they don't want it. They want to get rid of it as quick as they can.
Well, I was going to say the best thing Vermont did all that first term was bring us a plate of sandwiches a quarter time because they didn't hit the scoreboard. But John O'Ven's got some important scores around the grounds.
Yes, indeed. We can go to Division 2 for a couple of games. In the game between Mulgrave and the Basin, it's Mulgrave 3-4-22, Basin 1-2-8. Also in Division 2, East Burwood 1 behind Baronia 4-8-32.
Game over.
Division 3 at quarter time, Surrey Park 24, Fentry Gully 14.
Thanks very much, John O'Ven, working feverishly around the grounds today, our main man in the women's football.
And the other thing too, Ben, and I think we have to talk about it, but Adrian Kalkowski getting a red card within the first 5 minutes has really put a dent in the midfield rotations now for the Vermont Football Club this afternoon. It was a lack of discipline. Let's go boundary side with you, Josh Ward.
Yeah, just listening into that Rowville huddle, that was one player, the man that started on Adrian Kalkowski, Jesse Ikov. Ben Wise was really impressed with how he went as we crossed down to Blake Martin.
Joined here by Adam Parker. Adam, what needs to change in the second quarter for your team to get back in it?
I just reckon we didn't maintain possession of the footy. I think we had 8 uncontested marks for the quarter, which isn't enough, and probably 4 of them came late when we had 1 behind the footy. So we didn't own the footy. We didn't win contest, and then we wasn't on our terms.
Is it just the basics, competing, beating your man, that the simple stuff that's going to lead to your team wrestling back into this one?
Yeah, we have to win some contests, and I reckon we're probably going at, I don't know, maybe 20-2 in terms of who's winning their position. They're up 20-2, so we got to get a lot better. Otherwise, this game's going to go away from us pretty quickly.
Thanks for your time, mate. Go well.
Great stuff there, Blake Martin. Not the easiest job going up to a coach when they're 5 goals down at quarter time and 1 player down on the bench, but doing a great job there. Both boys boundary side.
Brave man.
Yeah. Do you want me to continue with what Rowville said? I'll do so anyway. They were Ben Wise did say that it was their best quarter of footy this season, and to keep it up for the next 25 minutes, just to reset and bring the pressure once again this quarter.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And thanks for asking, Josh.
No worries, Jared. I'm a gentleman.
Waiting for a few stragglers to go off the ground. Jono, Ben, you've got some more scores though.
Sorry, just one more I forgot to mention, just rounding out Premier Division. Berwick 3 straight 18, Noble Park 3-2-20.
Close game there. Jared Beelan taking us away in the second turn.
Thank you very much, Ben. Secondary ball up right from the start here. Tyson's gone into the ruck now. And he's up against Lockman. High fly by Lockman. Not much of a result in the end there for Rowville. Stapleton on the ground. Vermont lay the tackles. Another stoppage.
Paul, have you got some of the stats that matter in that first term for us?
Yeah, so the inside 50s in that first quarter were 18-7 the way of Rowville and 11-6 the way of Rowville as well. And the tackles as well are 17-10 the way of Rowville.
So it was Vermont with the clearance, but that ended very quickly as Cooper McDonald took the intercept mark. Rowville to march forward with it. Good mark taken over the top there by Wind. Kick and a half from goal. And looks like he's actually infringed in that marking contest. James Ross to take the free kick. Who
Not
can
sure
he pick
what that
out?
was for.
Fitzpatrick had on it just there. Gives the don't argue. Trying to show a little bit of confidence here as Vermont go forward. He switched it across the ground.
Yeah.
He asked for it back, but Barker's kick was awful. Gave it straight to Martini. Kicks it towards the arc. 2-on-2 situation. Fisher, important touch there. Crashing through was Taylor. Wood snaps it around the body. Centering ball. Waiting for it, though, was Dorio. He's going to play on with it quickly. Hits up. Hyams. Kicks it onto the wing. It just went over the top of the pack. Fighting for it at ground level was Burke. Kick off the ground. Didn't go very far. And it's going to come straight back through Coughlin. Now Colclough. Brolick. This is all through hands. Kicking it up was Clark. High fly! And that was Lockie Wind. Of course it was.
Yep.
High fly, safe hands. Tyson couldn't do much about that. And it's going to be a bit of an angle for him to negotiate, Lockie, but we know he can do it.
It was almost like he got robbed of that last one, so he's like, oh, I'm going for another specky.
Well, his new club is the Kangaroos in the VFL, so he jumped like a kangaroo there.
Flew like a hawk.
Can we put him in the seniors? At least he might be able to kick a goal.
55 goals last year. Kicked bags of 6 on 3 occasions in 2023. Can he open his account with a goal this year? No, across the face. 1 point. 4-7-31 to 0-0-0 for Vermont. Nearly 3 minutes gone in the second quarter. Ben Warren-Smith to take us away.
Matty Arnott to bring the ball back in for the Eagles, using the far side. Asking for it back, eventually gets it. Himself under a bit of pressure, but still got a lot of purchase on the football. It's a beautiful kick up to the wing as well, where underneath it there was Zach Tyson. Winds around now on the right boot. This is better play for Vermont, up towards centre half forward. They're working their way forward on the right boot. There was Dixon. In he goes towards the forward pocket, and lovely fist out. It was as good as a kick. Went every bit of 35 metres, and now Clark gets a handball away, and here's Brolick on the right boot. The Hawks repel here. Goes up towards that man again. Wind, he's having a super game. His kick was scrambly, though. Straight down the throat of Joey Fisher, who wastes no time, switches the ball out wide, couldn't quite hit the target, so the Hawks will have the numbers at the fall of ball. Little handball back, that was good. Kick goes inside forward, 50. Which way is this one going to float? It just sat up at the crucial stage. Vassas came charging in over the top there as well. In and out. Stapleton tried to get away with it. Johns has him wrapped up. He had supporting Barker.
Boundary.
We'll cross down boundary side to Blake Martin.
The issue for Vermont is as soon as they get the ball inside their 50, it just pops right back out.
Throws it up now. Getting a slap on it that time there was Tyson. Little grubber kick goes out. To no avail though. Scooped upon there for the Hawks. Kick goes by Wood, who kicked a goal in the first term right to the top of the goal square. Davey used his body well. The umpire said play on. Can he get boot to ball? He got pushed off it. Incorrect disposal. And it'll be a free kick to the Eagles at the last line of defence. Well, Eagles fans breathe a sigh of relief. There's absolutely no doubt about that as they bring the ball back in. A chance to go forward through Lockie Johns.
Got to get the hand off to Ross. Fumble there by Tyson. Had support in Vassas. Handed off to Arnott. Can he stand up in the tackle from Taylor? Vermont retain hands on the ball, which is good. Handball out in front of Barker. Can he bust his way through the tackle? No, he cannot.
That's a good tackle.
LePanche, Braden LePanche, made sure of that and will go down boundary side because that happened right in front of Josh Ward.
Well, I was about to say it was a brilliant tackle, and that's one thing that Ben Weiss was really happy with at quarter time, the tackling pressure, but they've just given away the free kick of Rowville.
Yeah, that was a dangerous tackle by LePanche, according to the umpire. So Barker is going to set it up. High fly by McDonald came off his hands. Free kick's been picked out, however, and it's going to go the way of Vermont, and it's in the hands of Fraser Smith. Kick and a half from goal. What options does he have? He's uncertain. Is there enough movement down in the forward line there for Vermont? Coming across at the top of the goal square, taking the intercept mark. That was important. Looks like Kane Young to me. Stapleton was cannoned into his back by Fraser Smith. Draws the free kick. And Rowville will load up once again for another attack.
The kick goes out wide. And scrambling at best that time.
I think we've got Paul with some stats.
Yep, that's 8 intercept marks to 3 the way of Rowville.
Brash, you go back to that Fraser Smith effort there. Look, there's no confidence when they do get the ball. No confidence at all when they have the ball.
No, that you're right there, Ray.
Little flick over the back. Here's a chance now for Vermont. Handball goes out wide. Here's Barker over the top, finds Johns. Can Johns do something? He needs the first for the Eagles, and he slammed it into the pine. You wouldn't believe it. That might have lifted them, but they have hit the scoreboard at long last. It only took a quarter and 6.5 minutes here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They've got that one behind. We'll have to bring the ball back as well because that rule does not apply. And 4-7-31 to Rowville. Let's go around the grounds with John O'Ven.
Sorry, I believe I saw a score rounding out Premier Division properly between Norwood and Donny East. I think it might have been Donny East 21, Norwood 2.
Lay off the thesis, Jono. Just give us the scores, mate, as it comes out
blank.
wide. As it comes out towards the direction there of Cooper McDonald. Now the Hawks through the middle of the ground. They're linking up nicely here. Scrambling kick, but it's still going to work out okay for them. McDonald on the right boot. Kicks it in towards the forward pocket. Big fly again. He's up and about, isn't he? Big wind, and he takes another screamer. That's 3 in a row, although the first one wasn't paid. And he'll go back to put through his second goal, and probably most likely Rowville's 5th.
Well,
Brash, we wind in the former years. Have they got another option they can put on him?
No.
No, nothing.
No, they haven't, because, well, if you put Dariah on him, Dariah's about the only one in the back 50 that's able to hit a target with any confidence.
Wine comes in, Wine kicks a goal. So that's 2 on the board now for him, and Rowville stretch their lead even further on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They are 5 goals, 7-37, and a very, very, well, it's almost getting towards that insurmountable type stage now. 6-goal lead out here at Tarara Road.
I think the thing is too, look, in this division, if you go scoreless in a quarter of football, you're not going to win. Vermont are at that stage now where Blackburn were the other day. They gave away a scoreless quarter. Nearly impossible to get back into the contest now.
John O'Ven, do we have more scores around the grounds?
Not as yet, mate.
Well, we'll just get you to flick your little light off there, Jono, and The confusion will disappear. The handball over the top. This time they go forward again. Who's Shrook? Gets it handball away. Here's Colclough. Goes Goldwood. Has he got the purchase? He doesn't need to, because guess who? Big Wine takes the mark again in the goal square, and you can already write this one down. You don't have an Eastern footballer anymore, but you can just mark it down and put it through for his third goal, and they're really making a meal of this at the moment as we go down boundary side.
Well, we saw when Vermont and Rowville met last year on the Sunday game, Adrian Kalkowski kicked 6 goals. Lockie Wind is on track to do something similar here.
Yeah. Look, that was too easy. There was no opposition whatsoever from that centre clearance. You know, somebody when the opposition get it out as easy out of the actual square, someone from the half-back line's got to come and meet the ball player, the ball carrier. And that didn't happen. He was able to run as far as he wanted to and kick it to Wine.
Paul Yukoni in the stat centre.
Yeah, so inside 50 marks are 5 zip the way of Rowville and already 3 to Rowville this quarter.
It is definitely a damning stat there for Vermont. We'll have a secondary ball up here. Strawn will go up. Gets the punch down to Vassis. Just couldn't reel it in. So Rowville get yet another clearance. Scooped up by Vermont though. They're going to share it around here. This is who got the old one too. Now that was a poor kick, or was it partially smothered? I think it was partially smothered there by Clark. The ball's gone out over the boundary line, right next to the Vermont interchange benches. 10 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 43-1. It is the grand final rematch. You wouldn't think it though, unfortunately. Johns, hassling, harassing. Over the line goes Tyson Schruck. Another ball in. Thank you very much for joining us here on the Eastland match of the round. Hope you're enjoying the game and the coverage. Back into play. Punch into space. Hunting it is Colclough. Hunting him was Durayo again. Yet another throw in.
He's about the only Vermont player at the moment that's, you know, holding his end of the bargain.
Back into play. Strawn gets the tap down. Just a kick out of air though by McDonald. Hines nearly marked it. Spilt to Davies. So can he retain possession of the ball there? Yes. Finds his left boot. Bouncing ball towards, well, the Rowville defenders really. They share it round. Tumbling kick there by Gordion. So Calder was able to feast on that opportunity. Got it to Durayo. Gets the 1-2 again. Trying to bust his way through the tacklers. Taking the game on. What else can Vermont do at this stage, really? Scooped up. Little kick towards the arc, and it is a stacks on situation. Just a shallow entry into Vermont's forward 50. As it is a 7-goal margin. They'll go back up here. Strawn taps it down. They're hunting for the clearance here, Vermont, because that might give them an opportunity at goal, but Brolick, not if he had anything to do with it, nor McDonald, that one of the Lachlan variety.
So 12 minutes about to tick over here. Almost got to start thinking about, will Vermont go goalless in the first half? I've never known that to happen ever, to be honest, but we won't put that moz on them yet. As another chance for Rowville through the middle of the ground. Can they link up? And here's a chance for the Eagles. On the right boot going towards the top of the goal square. Just still couldn't actually hit the target. And Tyson was alone, but Johns was there to mop up, and Johns was there just to put that comment to bed. And he puts Vermont's first goal on the board. And geez, did they need that one. And Lockie Johns, who's been the only player to score for Vermont in this game so far, takes them to 1-1-7. Still trailing, obviously, Rowville, who are come out guns blazing 6-7-43 as we go to John O'Ben around the grounds.
Thank you very much. Waverley Blues 2-3-15, trail Ringwood 5-3-33 in Division 2.
So it was Tyson Calder moving with a purpose there.
But even that disposal into the forward 50 didn't hit the target. It was lucky that Vermont had the numbers.
Back up we go. Can Vermont get a run on here? Will Rowville stop that in its tracks? No clear clearance as yet. Oh, trying to break his way through was Jenkins. Got a tumbling ball. Rowville were able to mop it up, however. Good tackling, though, by Vermont. The pressure's ramped up a little bit. Calder now receives the handball from that turnover. Shallow entry again, but it's scooped up, taken
Great
straight
tackle.
over the line. Well done, Eichhoff.
They certainly are being bullied off the ball here, Vermont. They just can't get any clean ball in their forward 50.
Yeah. Every time they go for it, they're just pressurised.
So now up goes Tyson. Taps it down to Vassis. Quick little kick towards the top of the goal square.
Nice.
Mark taken by Dixon. And we said it at the start of the game. Here's the goal-kicking midfield. Could be the one to replace Kalkowski after that red card in the first quarter. There's someone a little more mobile and creative down the line. Someone who can create space, create options for himself.
Well, a player of his ilk shouldn't be missing from here.
He won't miss it, Brash.
Oh, here we go. I said it. You said it, not me. BWS. It's all on you if Dixon doesn't slot this. Can he do it? Yes, he can. That's what they needed. 2 in a row for the Eagles. And a little spark of life there given to them by former Norwood player Lockie Dixon.
Well, there you go, Brash. After I said that comment, they've kicked 2. So what do you want me to say? They won't. I bet they won't kick the next 4. Let's go around the grounds with John O'Ven.
Another Division 3 score. Don Vale 9-256 lead Coldstream 4-5-29.
Boundary side.
I was about to say, if you want to get up and about for, if you're Vermont, you've got to get it into the hands of Lockie Johns and Lachlan Dixon as well, 2 classy midfielders.
Yeah, easy to say the comment after it happened.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. I was about to say it beforehand after that Lockie Johns goal, but fair enough.
Good work, Josh Ward. Boundary side as it comes out now strong. Got a little knock forward, so falling over the top of his opponent, Tyson Calder. Free kick going the way of the Hawks. It'll go the way of Wood. It's been lively in this first half. So Wood goes wide. Finds his target in Schruck. Goes back. So giving up a bit of meterage here, but they still know what they're doing, and it's like a squeeze to kick up towards the wing position. At the fall, the ball nicely done there by McDonald. On the left boot goes inside forward 50, bouncing football in towards the forward pocket, putting his head over the ball. That time there was Davies, but scooping upon it there was Taylor. Mav's big looping handball over the top. It was really to no avail, no real percentage. Chasing after it there was Colecloud. He couldn't get it. Happy to see it over was Campbell Barker, and we'll have a boundary throw in right next to the left behind post, Rowville's end.
First time in a while that it's been this deep for Rowville.
30-point lead the Hawks currently have. Shallow throw in that time, and the Eagles will take advantage of that one as a handball comes out to Johns, who was made to work really, really hard for that one. That was sloppy football, and over the boundary line she goes for another boundary throw in.
I reckon that passage of play basically epitomised Vermont's afternoon so far. Poor disposal, put your player under the pressure.
Hire throws it in. Spinning around that time, Fitzpatrick. Umpire blew his whistle, then said it can play on, and he just kicked it straight into the middle of the ground, but nobody was home. Handball over the top by Cooper McDonald. They've linked up well here. The Hawks right boot inside forward 50 from Verrill in towards the pocket. He was looking for McDonald. Why wouldn't you go that way? Sorry, Wind, who's taken 3 screamers, kicked 3 goals, and over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw in. 40 metres out from the Hawks' goals. 30-point lead to Rowville.
Back into play we go. Strawn and Wind go at it again. Tap by Wind right in front of Struck. Bouncing handball. Out to McDonald. Kick around the body. It was a centering one. Dario did well to put himself in the A1 position to take that mark. And so how's the exit?
Clearly Vermont's best player at the moment, Dario.
Absolutely. Gets it to Josh Davies, and now his kick down the line was marked well. Was he able? He's not able to play on from the mark there, Fraser Smith. As if it were advantage, but it was a 25-metre penalty regardless.
I'm absolutely bewildered by how he got that.
And his kick wasn't great. Set it up for Burke, but McDonald was able to get an important little touch in here. And so, quick as a flash, Rowville are on the attack again. Of course they are. Oh, Joey Fisher, courageous mark. Great intercept there. That's what he does so well. His kick across the ground wasn't great, though, and it's been marked by Matt Davey.
Brash, when they do a bit of good work, then they turn it over.
Oh, little chip inboard. Sorry, Ray. He's got it to Lockie McDonald. Played on and missed. Go again, Ray. Sorry.
All right.
You've lost your train of thought.
No, I didn't. No, I just said when they do something good, that's like an intercept mark or that, but then they turn the ball straight over.
It's called efficiency.
Arnott, surprised you guys are still being so nice to each other. Kicks it out towards the centre square.
Winners are grinners, mate. When do they hit the lead, I can get real nasty.
Well, I'm definitely barracking for Vermont now. I want to see that.
So Strawn goes up. Came out. This is okay again. Jenkins on the right. We got spun around in a tackle, but got the timely handball away. Here's Rathjen on the right boot. Squares it up. 25 metres out from the Vermont goal, straight through the legs there of Burke, who had to go after it again. Second, third effort was good. What a ripping tackle it was on him.
Yep.
Almost could have been pinged holding the ball in that stage. Going after it twice. Matty Davies super there.
Yeah, that was a goal-saving tackle there by Davey.
Yeah. So Rucks to go at it. It's to be Tyson who'll go up this time for the Eagles over the back of him. Lockman got it away. McDonald of the Cooper variety, all backwards. Eichhoff was there. They've switched it across the face here, the Hawks. And a little neat kick. That was as classy as it absolutely gets. Stapleton takes the mark. Centre half back. They're just slowing things down a little bit here. Wood screaming for it. Across that half back line. Lockman's made position, the big man. Further afield. Kick will go over his head. Will go towards the wine direction, standing strong. Was Strawn. Umpire didn't pay it. Looked to be just touched. Probably a little bit stiff in yesteryear. That probably would have been paid, but hits the deck and we'll have the ball up. It's right in front of us here, broadcast position, right in front of the club rooms. Big crowd out here today at Vermont. Big luncheon. Fantastic looking arena it is. There's no doubt about that. Handball comes out wide. Rossiter been very quiet. Had limited opportunity. Snaps around the body. It went nowhere though because Eichhoff takes the mark, had eyes only for the football, switches it in towards the middle of the ground. Liam Coughlin's had a few touches in the last few minutes or so, kicked it up towards the half forward line. Taylor got it back on the left boot. They go inside forward 50 again. They've just got players everywhere at the moment. They've just got more run, and Tyson Schruck, who comes in and will have a ping from 40 metres.
Could have raffled that one. He probably had three options there when he kicked it.
John O'Ven around the grounds.
Yes, indeed. Back to Premier Division. Baldwin have an 8-point lead, 5-5-35 to 4-3-27 East Ringwood.
We'll go to Paul Uconi after this kick, but Tyson Schruck, they currently hold a 31-point lead. Can they stretch it to 37? It's a good-looking kick off the boot, but it pushed left late and through for a minor score. Time on here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, second term on the Eastland match of the round. And it is a very handy 32-point lead as we go to the Stats Centre with Paul Uconi.
Yeah, well, the inside 50 marks are 8-1 the way of Rowville, and in this quarter it's 6-1.
Joey Fisher's put himself into a little bit of mischief there, and he go after it again. They're still in that defensive zone. He laid a crucial tackle. In came Johns, who just muscled his way through just to win the football and get it out of that danger zone, ducking into it that time. For Rowville was McDonald, who wins the free kick. Smart play, really. Experienced free kick. Short passes on. The mark has been taken by Brolick. 2 kicks from home, the Hawks. He'll wind up now. He'll kick it deep into the left forward pocket. Who's going to be there? Joey Fisher, who's really stood up brash, to be honest, for Vermont in this first half. He's had to do a lot of work. The ball's been coming in at a frantic pace.
He's done well, Jay. Just his disposals just let him down a little bit.
Yeah, so only a clap and a half slap by Brash that time as Dixon over the top goes towards the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just calling it as I see it.
I know what you do, mate. You're better than anyone as the ball goes over the line and out of bounds. 32-point lead to the Hawks.
I think, Ray, if Vermont are going to, if they harbour any chance in the second half, I think they at least need another 2 goals before half time.
Vassus with the clearance straight into a double tackle there. Brolick shares it with Clark, shares it with Colclough. Rowville go forward again. That's James Ross this time. Has to do a lot of work to wind, but he's mobile enough. Got to space, snap round the body. Could have been another one there for Lockie Wind. Wasn't.
Just the use of his body when that kick went forward that time. He knew what he had to do. He knew he wasn't going to get to the mark, so he out-muscled his player. Really smart footballer. That would have been a Tobin Brothers goal that they could
He turned around on a sixpence, and at half-time I'll tell you what a sixpence is, Peter.
Oh, they've coughed it up here on the kick in. They'll go forward again. Here's Schruck. He had multiple options to go for. That is just way too easy, and why wouldn't you kick it to the wine direction? And he'll go back to have a shot for his fourth. So he's doing everything at the moment, Wine. He can barely put a foot wrong. Of course, he's missed a couple.
Ray, now do we understand why Vermont are last in disposal efficiency?
Yes, it's quite obvious today, Bresh.
So Lachlan Wind.
And Rowville are at 75% disposal efficiency. That's the difference between the two sides.
Normally wears the number 2 today. He might just stick with the 14 after this performance. Goes goalward. The goal umpire does not move. That's 4 goals now to Lachlan Wine. What a performance he's doing in this first half. And they stretch the lead even further. 7-10-52, the Rowville Hawks. The Vermont Eagles, 2-1-13. 24 gone in this second term, Ray.
Yeah, and not only 4 goals for the game, but 3 in this quarter. You know, he's really been outstanding in this quarter.
Looks, and, you know, Vermont don't seem to have a match-up for him at the moment. He seems very he's too mobile.
Yeah. Could be on the way to 14.
For as good as what James Ross is as a player, he's actually making him look foolish at the moment.
So back into the middle at ground level. It was Lockman tied up.
I really love the way Lockman's gone about his football this season. He's really in there.
He's very impressive. He seems versatile as well. He played back as well, didn't he, last week? Or was it forward?
He played forward last week.
He played forward. That's my mistake then.
Johns is trying really hard to get the side back into the contest.
So down in the forward pocket for Vermont, Cooper McDonald was tackled. Got a kick away, but it was out in the full. So, or was it? Did it bounce?
Actually,
no, it was out in the full. So it's a shot at goal here for Lockie Dixon, who's already got one.
Actually, I've got a question for you, Ray. Have they got a tattoo parlour set up down at the Rowville Football Club there?
Why is that, Bresh?
Oh, this just seems like everyone's inked up down there.
It's going to be a difficult kick here for Lockie Dixon. Outside of the right. Just missed.
BWS, I'm saying, good to see Bresh is really interested in the game, isn't he? No, Bresh, now you know all we've suffered every time over the years we've come down to Tarara Road, you know, shoes on the other foot today.
I'm not really that worried about it, Roman.
McDonald. I don't think Rush is calling this game over just yet, maybe either. There could still be a sniff left in this Eagles outfit, but it's going to be hard work because they're streaming forward again. Has Schruck on the right boot, goes forward looking for Colclough, who just waited underneath it. He used his body well. Handball over the top. Here's Taylor. Snap around the body by Taylor, and from point blank range, he misses it. I'll be disappointed with that. That was almost a coast-to-coast situation for Rowville. Quick movement of the ball and it through for a minor score. Bendigo Bank scoreboard 7-11-53 to 2-2-14. Short passes on. Comes out to Barker in the back pocket. Going to go for the switcheroo here. Goes to Wilcox. It's been relatively quiet, Matty, as he kicks it up towards the half-back line where Joey Fisher takes the mark. Short passes on for him. He's coughed it up as well. Didn't even hear a whistle there, but the umpire said it was okay. Kick comes in forward now for Rowville. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Charging in after the ball was Duffy. He's just come onto the ground. Jonty Duffy, and over the boundary line, it goes for a boundary throw-in. Let's go to John O'Ven around the ground.
We'll go down to Division 4. Churnside Park taking on Nunawading, and the score there is Churnside Park 6-3-39, leading Nunawading 4-6-30.
Well, what can Wine do out of this ruck contest? Well, he won the ball, but then just got dispossessed. And Jonty came in, but he couldn't quite get rid of the football in time, Duffy, and he'll hand it back to the umpire. 25 metres out.
Wine to take the ruck contest again. Takes it out of the ruck. Just lost his feet at the last moment. Colclough now. And it was Fisher with a pile-driving tackle to end the second quarter. Vermont 2-2-14. Rowville 7-11-53. Here's Ben Warren-Smith with the major goal kickers.
Well, there's only one major goal kicker on the ground, and that is the big man, Lachlan Wine, who's had a sensational first half. He's kicked 4 goals. Singles to Wood, Martini, and Colclough of the Brock variety. 2 goals in that second term. Saw Vermont finally hit the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Lachlan Johns was the first, then Lockie Dixon chimed in as as well. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. That's one half done, one to go. There's plenty of great games as you go local for your football this afternoon. John O'Venn will bring us those scores during the halftime break. Spider Lee will be back in the house as well to talk about it, as well as Josh Ward and Blake Martin. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. There's plenty more to come. Stay with us.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks, biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. It is the grand final rematch in the Premier Division between Vermont and Rowville. But as I have heard before, it doesn't feel like the grand final rematch at all. John O'Venn on scores. Josh Ward and Blake Martin, thanks to Tobin Brothers, on the boundary with me, and joined by Matt Spider Lee. Spider, we'll go to you first to answer Josh Ward's question off air beforehand. What's happened to Vermont?
Oh, they're just simply being outplayed, Jono, all over the ground. And in every facet of the game, they are getting a good working over. And to be honest, it's hard to see them coming back from this. Look, when you take it, the first quarter, they really should have been even further in front. There was a couple of wasteful opportunities as well. So really, the scoreboard could be easily another 3 to 4, 5 goals more even in front. This on the level of dominance that they're incurring at the moment. The reasons they're winning the game is simply at clearance. They are smashing the Eagles. Their big physical bodies, their ability to win the ball, connect, and then get the ball in deep entries into their forward line. They've got presence of Lockie Wine taking the marks. But not only that is he taking marks, he's contesting and competing and bringing the ball to ground. And so when he doesn't take that mark, there's players there waiting to rove those balls. and score. And that is the biggest thing that they're doing. They're putting so much pressure on the Vermont defence, and this has happened in the first couple of weeks of the season. They haven't been able to clear the ball, from whether it be from scoring shots, kicking the ball out, or just general defence in itself. They're looking for the switch kick, but they're not able to execute it efficiently enough, and they're turning the ball over, so therefore the ball comes back in, it gets repelled back in, we get the repeat entry, and then again we get a scoreboard clicking over, we get another score. For Vermont, they have a lot of work to do. They've got to really assess what they're doing when they make decisions, when they have ball in hand. They're not sure, they're second guessing themselves. When they're not sure when to give the right handball and kick it long and give their forwards at least some sort of a chance to get to that front position, but they're being worked over by that defence. Guys like Liam Coghlan doing an outstanding job. Guys like McDonald, who's come back into the team after playing some VFL. So they've got VFL experience on every end of the ground, which is simply the big difference. And then when you've got a guy like Brolick, who basically is just working the Eagles over up and down the ground, getting good contributions from every player that's around that midfield unit, and some of the lesser named players starting to make their impact, like Wood, who's very busy as well, Martini doing some really good things. They are simply on top of the Eagles in every facet of the game.
Big thanks to Matt Spider-Lee for that. Gents, let's get your thoughts as well, Josh and Blake. Wardy, we'll start with you. I mean, what do you reckon Vermont has to do, or are the thoughts very similar to what Spider has offered?
I have to agree with Spider. They're outworking them. When I listened into Ben Wise in that quarter-time huddle, he said it was the best quarter of footy that they played all season. And just to reset,
I think in the last 2 years, Josh.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, if you're not drafting someone like Lockie Wine, and you're a North Melbourne recruiting scout watching this game, then you're not doing your homework. You're not taking your job seriously, because this guy has taken his football level to another 50-60%.
Yeah, and he's going up against James Ross, who he's been going up against for many years now, even dating back to juniors, and he's just teaching him a lesson in football. I hate saying it, but it really is what's happening, Blake. But I'll get your thoughts on this first half. It's all been Rowville. We were talking about it on the boundary. They're just, every time it's gone inside forward 50 for Vermont, it's just pretty much popped out.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we've absolutely nailed it, that it's hard to see anything that's going right for Vermont, really. And it's tough to see them getting back into the contest.
Might have some scores for the viewers a little bit later on, but there are a couple of things, of course, that we should talk about right after we recap the goal kickers just briefly, in case you missed it. So for Vermont, Lachlan Dixon and Lockie Johns have one apiece, and as I'm aware, Lockie Wine has 4, and he also has a Mark of the Day contender thanks to Ringwood Mazda. Mark of the Week, Cole Clow, Martini and Wood among the goal
been good
kickers.
Cole Cloud as well. He's been good. And there's some indisciplined things too from the Eagles that have crept into their game, which alluded to the red card with Kalkowski too. Just, that's not a switched on moment for your footy team.
Oh, that was shocking.
Yeah,
absolutely shocking.
5 minutes into the game as well.
But it just means that you're not ready to play. You're not focused in. Like you've got to zone in a bit better than that. You know, there's a game of footy to be won. We've got to control the aggression more. You know, that's the sort of thing that needs to happen later in the game. You know, when you take your anger out on the footy itself.
So, I mean,
it's undisciplined.
It has been absolutely extraordinary. But back to also shouting out to our great sponsors, especially MEGT, who are sponsoring the Rookie of the Day award. Of course, that is awarded to the player who has an age equal to or less than 21 years of age. Of course, the player is eligible for that award. Let's just look at Rowville for now. Verrill Cole Clow of the Brock variety, Matt Martini, Tyson Schrook, and Braden Laplanche. Of those players,
probably Cole Clow. Is it?
I reckon Brock's had a really good start. Spider, could you speak to Brock?
Cole Cloud. I mean, Schrook has been busy. Martini's been good as well. It's hard to split a few of them, but probably for me, I'd say to be Cole Cloud, I'd say.
And just back to the Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Week, of course. I think we probably have to lock in Lockie Wine, to pardon the expression.
For now, you have to lock in Lockie Wine.
Well, he's at another level. I mean, if he's qualified for this award, but I mean, he's just simply a next level to this group.
Do you reckon he's best on ground so far, Lockie Wine?
Oh, by an absolute mile.
Certainly, he hasn't put a foot wrong. He's had a fantastic game.
Yeah. So let's go around the grounds just briefly before we head back to an ad break. Of course, in the Premier Division, we've got Balwyn and East Ringwood, and Balwyn have a 14-point lead, 6-5-41 to East Ringwood, 4-3-27.
Game in the balance.
Berwick, Noble Park have kicked away in that game slightly. It's Berwick 5-1-31 leading Noble Park 7-3-45. We do have a decent score, a proper score. I wasn't hypothesising as Ben Warren Smith alluded to earlier. Norwood 1-8-14 to Doncaster East 8-4-52. Josh Ward, I'll go to you. You're a Surrey Park hashtag bars man. Can you tell us what's going on down there?
I've got a half-time score out at Surrey Park. The Panthers lead 7-11-53 to Furniture Gully 3-4-22. So slightly more confident in them getting the job done.
Let's go to Division 2 just briefly. You've shown me a score on your phone, and it is legit. At around half-time, this is unfathomable, even more so than this. Baronia taking on East Burwood. Baronia 11-13-79 to East Burwood. Wait for it, Spider. 5 behinds. What are your thoughts on that, my friend?
Well, we know East Burwood have had problems scoring, but in the terms of where East Burwood have been, how they've been playing, it doesn't really surprise me because I think it's just been an inability of East Burwood to move the ball in recent times. Only last week where they showed any signs against Waverley, but we know Baronia are a much stronger team than what the Waverley Blues are, so they're the benchmark.
Very true. Well, that wraps up our halftime show here on the Eastland Match of the Round. We will be back with our call team led by Ben Warren Smith and Jared Beanland right after the break on the Eastland Match of the Round.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Only 3 things that flush down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baronia Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Both sides back out on the park here at Vermont Recreation Reserve. It was all Rowville in that first half, 7-11-53, leading Vermont 2-2-14. Great job by the boys at halftime, led by John O'Ben with Blake Martin and Spider Lee and Josh Ward. Of course, in the commentary team today, Jared Beanland, Wayne Brasher, Ray Baird, Paul Yacone and Ben Warren-Smith, yours truly, boys. Brash, we thought you might have just walked home and walked out the gate. We didn't see you at halftime.
Well, I went into the Perry Fletcher room at halftime to talk to a few of the Brains Trust, and let's just say there's a little bit of disappointment there with that first half. They're hoping that the players can come out in the second half and show, that this is not really truly a Vermont performance. The one thing that I did glean from some of these people was Vermont's pre-season form in their practice matches were very, very scratchy. They had issues getting players on the park. No excuses for today, but I think that's it seems symptomatic of how their season has started.
What was the brethren like over at Rowville, Ray?
No, I just spoke to a few people out there. No, look, we're very happy with the way they're going about it. I mean, you can always pick things that need to improve, even though when you're controlling the game. But look, they're just doing everything right, and it's been a great half so far, but we're only halfway through.
Keep your scores coming in if you're out at the grounds today watching your local side hopefully win at Footy EFL via Twitter. And of course, our around the grounds man on the score centre, John O'Ben, will keep us up to date. But the second half is about to get underway. Here's Jared Beanland.
Well, as represented by our two special comments men, it's a tale of two sides. Can it be a tale of two halves? Vermont certainly hoping it will be. Dorayo, it was in his hands after Rowville got the clearance. Vassars crashes his way in and Brolick's on the ground there with the ball. Another ball up. What can Vermont do to get things going in this second half? Lockman with the tap down, hunting it is Calder towards the boundary line, ripped off the ball there by McDonald, free kick. Rowville starting this quarter very much the way they've been playing the game so far. Pressure, tackling, not letting Vermont get an inch. High ball to the top of the goal square. Good flies, but it crashes down off hands. The whole pack just descends upon that poor single Vermont player at the bottom of it. It was Fraser Smith. Up we go again. Tap down towards space. Calder and McDonald clash again. Handball out to Clark. Gets a handball now to Stapleton, to Cole Clout. Left boot ball, inside forward 50 for Rowville. It's Davies versus Duffy. And it'll be another stoppage as Joey Fisher came in. Thanks for joining us on the Eastland Match of the Round. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're listening from or watching from. Tyson, he was up against Wind there in the ruck. Comes out to Coldclough. Quick handball off. Vermont applying the pressure. Brolick there helps out. Fisher with a tackle.
Boundary.
Another ball up. Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
One magnet switch I've noticed, Matt Wilcox is starting as the deepest forward for Vermont now in this second half.
Thanks, Josh, as the umpire throws it up. Both rucks hit the deck that time. Umpire on quick kick in towards the middle. Vermont had it, but now handball over the top that time. Sees McDonald link up eventually, and now little cut off there by Ross. He did well. He was brought down to ground. Again by McDonald on the right boot. Goes inside forward 50. They seem to have the numbers there over the top of Taylor. It almost looked like the sun was in his eyes, but there was no sun as it comes out towards Young. Handball out wide. Davey was there. Scrambled a kick. Got it inside forward 50. Who's going to be home? Trying to claim the mark there was Matt Taylor. The umpire said no chance. First touch went to Henry Smith, and we'll have a ball up 40 out. 7-11-53 to 2-2-14, almost 3 gone in this third term. Premiership quarter. McDonald took it straight out. Vine took it straight out of the ruck, I should say. Quickly wrapped up there by Zach Tyson. We'll do it all again. So Tyson had the front spot. He was brought to ground. They almost can't hold feet at the moment as the kick goes up towards the top of the goal square on almost marked there by Mav, but he's touched it at the crucial stage and has gone through for a minor score. So Rowville hit the scoreboard at the 3-minute mark of this third term, 7-12-54. It's a very handy 40-point lead. Vermont 2-2-14.
John O'Van in the score centre. What have you got for us?
Quick one out of Division 2, Mulgrave and the Basin. I reckon Mulgrave have pretty much had this one sewn up at half time. 6-7-43 leads 1-5-11.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jono.
So Vermont's thrust forward has reached the wing. It's now come to Burke. It's a kick and a half from goal. Here's kick inside forward 50, Wilcox. And there's that move that Josh Ward was talking about.
Yeah.
So can he be brought into the game in this way?
Really tough spot to kick a goal from on this ground because it generally will go across the face of goal. So he'll take his best from here, Matty.
When Wilcox actually came to Vermont, he did play. He came as a forward.
Will he kick it as a forward? It's a right boot kick. It's difficult, but he's actually made it.
Oh, he hit the post.
Work, it did hit the post. I was shaking. I thought it was a player that went in. It was the ball as well. And sundry. Oh, just the 1 point for Vermont, but positive that they're getting a shot at goal so early in the third. Take us away, BWS.
So it'll be the Hawks now. Straight down the high diddle as Colclough was there. Couldn't quite pull the mark down. Sea of Eagles there to wrap up Jai Colclough, the two Colclough boys in the guts that time. The umpire just making space. The rucks to go at it. And Lockman took it out of the ruck. He was brought straight to ground by Tyson. Umpire said, okay, let's do it again. Enough of this. See what we can clear out this time. Nicely done there. I think Lockman was probably held in that ruck contest, but the umpire said play on. Little handball came out towards Wood. Couldn't quite ride the football on his hammer, getting nowhere. Looking quite feisty there was Rossiter. Just dying to get into this game. It's Tyson. Big knockdown that time. This could be better by Vermont. Little look away handball came out towards Calder, who had to double back, then scrambled a kick up to Rossiter. It bounced off his chest. Vassis was going to come in and be the player to get it for Vermont. He couldn't bring the football up. Picked up by Colclough. Got it away. Oh, that was classy play by Liam Coughlin, who kicks it up towards the wing position. The Hawks have the numbers. Wood picked it up. He doubled back and then got around his opponent there in Lockie Johns, who wasn't happy about that. His second effort was a smother. That was super over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Yeah, John's the competitor, not giving up one iota. He's trying to lift the side by example.
We'll go to some scores in a second as Vermont try and get this clearance. It's come out to Johns again. Barker's the target down the line. Good use of the body, though, by his opponent Verrill there. It's going to come to the boundary line, shoved over. Cooper McDonald couldn't find any more space. Jono, what have you got?
We go out to the MCG of the East, and well, Mitcham didn't have the lead for the majority of the first half, but now they are in front, but not by much. 8-6-54. Leading Bayswater 8-4-52.
So it's the exit from Rowville, comes to the wing. Tyson taken high. Surely a free kick? No.
Should have been a free kick there, Brash.
Yeah, well.
Should have been.
The umpire's not as
Brash
charitable as Ray in this situation.
What can you say?
I feel like Blake Tennant had a bit to say about the umpiring last week. Didn't he say he umpired 5 grand finals or something?
I want to see those credentials as Lockman's wrapped up.
Just a humble brag. Ray thinks it's rubbish.
So back in the hands of the umpire here. Mill draw in the ruck until Lockman just tries to rip it out, but the tackle was laid. Another ball up. 7 minutes 20 gone on the Better Go Back scoreboard. 2-3-15 to 7-12-54. Vermont in arrears, trying to fight their way back. Tackle to ground there was Eichhoff. Yet another stoppage.
And the reason why Vermont are 39 points down, Ray, is because they just can't win a clearance.
Can they win this one? No. Great smother there off the boot of Jenkins. It's come back to Tyson, however. Little kick forward by Calder, inside forward 50. Vermont were attacking it well, but it's fallen straight into the hands of Coughlin. He was tackled as he kicked it. Lockie Johns feasted on that opportunity, kicked it towards the centre of the 50, but Back there was Wood to do the mopping up for Rowville. And it's Taylor taking on Burke, I think there. Sorry, Davis.
Boundary.
Davies, even. Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward as it's wrapped up.
I was about to say, before that, Lockie Johns took that kick, he was down on his knees on ground level and then just casually took the kick inside 50 for Vermont.
He's a tough nut to crack, that Lockie Johns, of course, always has been. Lockie McDonald had some time and space to work that kick forward. Pack forms. Dorayo went up, pushed the spoil there. Comes to Davis, gets the handball out into the outside. High ball, absolute rainmaker there for Vermont. Camped under it is Burke. Oh, what a mark taken by Cooper McDonald. Courageous stuff there.
That's mark of the day for mine.
That has to be.
Yeah.
And great call, too.
He's going to switch it up and BWS to take it away.
Switching it across. Liam Coughlin's had a good game today for Rowville. Very good. Short passes on. It's Jesse Eichhoff. Loving wearing the single digits today, Eichhoff, as he went back to Coughlin, who switched it out wide. And they've worked this switch across the half-back line really well today. Cooper McDonald now. They just don't look rushed at all, whereas he's coughed that one up. But Tyson Hyams, who then looked a little bit rushed himself, got the handball away. Here's Fisher on the right boot, kicks the ball deep, but nobody's home. Nobody is home. They're just breaking down going forward every single time, Brash.
That's because they don't have a key forward to direct the ball to BWS. It's been their Achilles heels all season.
Yeah. Albeit short-lived, it's still been their Achilles heel. There's no doubt about that. As McDonald again, Coughlin again, kick was smothered. So, no, sorry, that time it was Verrill whose kick was smothered, and over she goes for a boundary throw right in front of the Hawks dugout, and Ben Wise and co. Have a boundary throw. Wilcox lost his footing at the crucial stage. Can Vermont conjure out of this one? Calder got slung down. It was a beautiful tackle that time. You're not going anywhere. Lockie Stapleton had him wrapped up nicely. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. It is a 39-point lead to Rowville.
And back into play. It's not going to be going for long, so we can get some scores around the grounds there with John O'Van.
I reckon it'll be a fairly frantic finish out in Division 2 at Central Reserve. Waverley Blues lead by a solitary point, 7-5-47 to Ringwood 7-4-46.
Well, we'll go into the stats centre in a moment, but it's a hand-to-hand combat in the centre of the ground. The free kick's been given away, and it's going to go the way of Wood. Let's see how fast Rowville will want to move this. Switch it out to the outside on the wing there. Mark taken. That was Eichhoff. Gets it to Stapleton, weighs up his options down forward, low ball, great punch over the top. I'm going to guess that was Ross. Rossiter at ground level, hands it off. Good run there for Vermont through the centre of the ground. It's a kick forward. It's going to have to bounce through if it's going to be anything for Vermont because it's all Rowville back there. McDonald fumbled for a second, had time and space to pick it up and weigh his kick well to Brolick. Let's go into the stat centre with Paul Yaconi.
Yeah, the tackles are 8-7 this quarter the way of Vermont.
So a bit of pressure there being applied by the Eagles, and that has definitely stymied a little bit of Rowville's movement and their run. And probably, actually, what are the clearance numbers for this quarter, Paul?
4-3 the way of Rowville.
So that's something that's also being evened up just slightly for Vermont. But when you got nothing up forward, what can you do with it? Duffy's worked his way all the way up the ground here to take this kick. He's on the defensive arc. Special comments from random crowd member. We always love to hear it. As marching his way out of the pack, there was, I was about to say a Rundle. It's a different 24 out there these days for Rowville, LaPlanche. But it was a turnover. Tyson nearly took the mark on the wing there, tackled out of it by McDonald over the line, yet another stoppage.
Yeah, story of the day for Vermont, no clean football, harassed, tackled, unable to find any clear delivery or any sort of forward motion whatsoever.
Go around the ground shortly as the ball's thrown in, quickly wrapped up, restart. Let's go over to Jono.
Staying with Division 2, Heathmont and Lilydale. Heathmont have a 7-point lead, 5-1-31 to Lilydale 3-6-24. That was the halftime score.
Jets not getting in their own way there, Raymond.
No, they're not, are they?
Play to throw this one up. Lockman versus Wilcox. Fresh air shot, came it down to ground level. Vass has got the handball away. Kick off the ground inside forward 50 for Vermont. They just need even a little bit of luck because it's not really going in their favour. Right foot by Jenkins, who was pushed as he kicked it, so it went right across the face of goal. And over she goes for a boundary throwing. Frustration coming out across the crowd. There's no doubt about that. Gone are the days of Greg and Froud where they used to pile them on.
Just a mere vivid memory, BWS. A day gone.
The good old days, you might call it, Brush. As it comes in now, short pass, kick on goal, and it's gone through for one behind. That
Fitzpatrick.
Was a chance there for Fitzpatrick, but he couldn't put it through. So minor score is the result. 13 and a half gone now in this third term.
He's one of Vermont's ball players and running type plays, Fitzpatrick. Has not been able to get into the contest either this afternoon.
38-point margin, and what's happening around the grounds, John O'Ven?
Sorry, I get my light on that time.
Lights are on, but nobody's home as the kick goes out. And knock over the boundary line, and out she goes. A little bit of fancy footwork by Tyson Calder.
And we love our banter as well here, BWS.
Of course we do, mate.
But he still didn't hit a target, BWS.
So back.
Boundary.
Oh, down to the boundary line with Blake Martin.
Just as that ball went out of play, Tyler Swansea still managed to get a touch, even though he's not on the ground.
Impressive. It's the power of AFL players when they come down to the local leagues these days.
And we love that key analysis from a Richmond supporter nonetheless.
Barker, well, he had an opportunity taken from him in a tackle. Rowville to now share it round. Slamming it out of defence was Lockman. It was a little easy for them. No mark taken down the line. Durayo is putting his body on the line again to stop that Rowville run forward.
Tell you what, he was lucky there, Arnott, because that could have easily been in danger.
And it's Noah Burke in the ruck against Lockman. A couple of young lads going at it. Out to the outside, though. Scooped up well. Kicked down the line there by Clark.
Nice.
Mark taken. That was very well done. And towards the top of the goal square. Spills out into the pocket. Crashing into it was Wood. There's a bit of a divot there in the ground. They kicked
get out the sand bucket.
Yeah.
Just going back to Josh's comment then on Swansea with one stat. Only one stat for the day. That's why he's not in Richmond's side at the moment.
Fair play, honestly.
So Vermont
fair call.
extract it through Burke, but it could have come right back though. Important little touch there by Rathjen in the end. LaPlanche hands it off. Rowville go forward again. Pack will form. Offhand, who's there at ground level? Calder is for Vermont. Hands it off to Ross. Just gets the handball away. Martini, though, hunted it, found it. McDonald tackled by Jenkins. Ball spills free in Vermont's advantage. Fitzpatrick had support there from that with the handball and the kick forward for Vermont. Once again, it's going to be mopped up by Rowville. Coughlin. And now Eichhoff. It's a dangerous kick. Rossiter could pounce here if he can lay the tackle.
Keep your feet.
Oh dear. LaPlanche there in support. Had Coughlin over the top. Kicks it onto the wing. 2-on-1 situation. Out the back now is Davis. Tackled by Colclout.
Great tackle.
Great tackle. Brock Colclout.
Brash, you just observed the way the four teams move the ball forward. When Rowville do, they run in numbers. When Vermont do, it's just dribble along the ground.
Yeah, exactly right, Ray.
Right.
Tapped down by Burke. Little handball fed out there to McDonald. High ball inside forward 50. Punch came from Fisher. Davis is there to receive the handball from Arnott. Goes for a bit of a jog. He's under pressure though. That kick was definitely pressure affected, but Wilcox was there. He's got Rathjen in support. It's just the two of them.
Well done, Matty.
Wilcox onto the right. Has Jenkins down in the goal square. Really had to make his mind up as to whether he was going for goal or for Jenkins. Went for neither, got the behind. Let's go to Paul in the score centre.
The inside 50s in this third quarter are 10-6 the way of Vermont. So they're getting the opportunities, but they're not really they're not getting their bang for their buck. They keep bombing it in there. They need to be
a bit more method, Paul.
Yeah,
that's
a bit
right.
more method.
Around the grounds with John O'Ven.
Probably halfway through the third term, back to Premier Division between Baldwin and East Ringwood. It's Baldwin.
Lockie Johns from 50 metres. You've got to be quicker, Jono, as a kick goes goalward. And it goes through for one behind. And that was almost a go there.
That'll happen, won't it?
18-minute mark gone in this third term. And 54 plays 18.
9-5-59 to 6-5-41. The Tigers in front.
So Rowville gone goalless in this third term so far.
Both teams have.
Yeah, it's certainly hasn't been that great a quarter by both sides, to be honest. Not entertainment-wise, I should say. It's still hard football as Cole Cloud comes in. Over the top him, Joey Fisher, handball over the top. The pressure's been a lot better by Vermont this quarter, there's no doubt about that. Trying to keep the ball alive that time was Josh Clark. Over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Plenty of people watching right around the world on a weekly basis. Go on a holiday and still stay in touch with your local football. Making the front spot there was Lockman over the back. Johns overran the ball. It's okay. McDonald got dispossessed. Little quick kick out. Noah Vale out of bounds on the full that time by Stapleton. So Vermont just got to spot up a target somehow. Campbell Barker takes a chest mark. That's a neater kick going towards the Wilcox direction. He had a player all over him there. Almost could have got the free kick, but Wood was there to mop up the pieces for the Hawks. Got it over to Davey. He's been relatively quiet today for Rowville. Matty Davey, one of the club favourites. All-time greats as the kick goes up towards the wing position. Big fly over the back, but the umpire said it's a little bit too crude. Screaming for it, Smith in the middle. Fraser Smith, it probably would have been the right option there, but instead it was ignored. It goes the way of Rossiter, who's going to switch the play now. It was a very risky kick there by Rossiter. Clark dropped what he should have taken. Calder came in. He had some support in his teammate in Ross, who ducked underneath it, did well, slammed it on his boot inside forward 50, bouncing away from Wilcox, and we'll have a boundary throwing 50 out from the Vermont goal.
Calder had to be so good then, and he was. Had Ross in support, of course, as well, but it was such a poor kick. Let's go around the grounds with John O'Ven.
Let's go out to Park Orchards, and they are well and truly in front of Montrose here. 12-14-86 to 5-13-43. Whispers is not even whispering. He's silent at the moment.
Definitely looks different in Division 1 now with Park Orchards beating Montrose. There's a kick down the ground from Rowville. Just went out on the full. So Vermont will load up once again. It's going to be Josh Davies. Barker was the target. Contested well, though. There's an injured player down there for Rowville from that contest, but we'll stay with the ball for now. Clark gets it forward.
It's Lockman.
No mark taken there by a Young. So Vermont have the numbers.
I think he got knackered.
He's got a new pair of earrings.
Boundary.
Let's go to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Yeah, I can confirm what BWS said. It looks like Lockman's got the wind knocked out of him.
Another entry for Vermont that didn't quite have anything to show for it until Vassar scooped it up.
Yeah!
Went on to the right, kicked a goal. There's the first for the quarter. And Vermont, will they come to life now?
Well, they had to work so hard for that goal there.
They did, didn't they, Bresh?
Well, so we'll keep an eye on...
But I'll give them their due. They've worked really hard. The young guys have lifted a little bit in this quarter to try and make a contest. They had to do that, but they just have not been. They still can't win clearances to give their forwards any opportunity. It's almost like at times they're kicking down to the Beatles song, the Nowhere Man, because there's just absolutely nowhere man down there at some times.
So 30 points is the margin. Snag another couple and bring this game back to life. The clearance is what Brush has been screaming for, and they've got it this time. Here's Lockie Johns. Thumps it on his boot. Johns, can it go all the way? He pushes it to the left-hand side. We're searching for that Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
If he had to kick that might have brought the house down.
Tip the caravan over, there's no doubt about that. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 3-7-25, 29-point margin to Rowville. With goalless still in this third quarter. A lot of the play's been in front of us here in the broadcast side. That's been one positive towards it. Cooper McDonald went up.
Well, that makes a change from all the other grounds that we go to, and it's on the far side.
Could you just do every game here, please? So Burke went up. Got the tap down to Calder. Quick kick inside forward 50. Who's there for representation for Vermont? Rathjen had to lay the tackle though. Is it going to be holding the ball? I thought it would have been. No, says the umpire. Trying to extract himself was Davey. Just a little bobbling ball there to Vassis. Got it to Johns. What can he do?
Breaks
away from the tackle. Runs onto his right. Got the goals in his sights. Lockie Johns. Oh, he's got me all revved up, but didn't quite do it then.
Brash, if there's a bright side, Lockie Johns is winning the ball in the last 10 minutes or so. So he needs to coup that, and he needs to have other players assisting.
I think Calder's trying hard, but his disposal, he just keeps getting caught up in his own feet.
So Cooper McDonald now drives the ball along the wing position. Big fly over the back there by Barker, who's had a good turn. Sorry, it's not Barker, it's Burke this time. He dumps it on his boot. Inside forward 50 was a good kick. Dixon might be paid the mark here.
Yeah, can't do that. You just can't. You can't run into the player front on.
So Dixon, we're going to be right behind him as he takes his kick. He's got to start it out right, and he's going to get a 25-metre penalty.
Geez.
So he's going to be gifted a goal here, Lachlan Dixon, who's already kicked one in this game. He'll go right to the goal square. He'll go right in front. He'll waste no time. He'll come in, and he'll pop it over the goal up by his head. So the crowd getting back into this game here. Dixon gets his second. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Vermont moved to 4, 8:32. Ray Baird's just sitting up a little bit straighter. 7, 12, 54, 24 and a half gone in third term.
No, look, BWS, football's about momentum. And at some stage, no matter how bad you're playing, you will get momentum at some stage. And at the moment, Vermont's got a bit of momentum going.
That they do.
What they really need to do here, Vermont, is they need a back-to-back goal very quickly, just so that they can build on that momentum. They need to win this centre clearance, I feel.
Back into the centre we go. Burke and Lockman. Burke gets the tap down, straight to McDonald. Jenkins lays the tackle, will go again.
He's had a fantastic quarter, Burke, and the ruck. He's jumping high and he's trying to provide something for the midfield.
This time, John sharks it from the Rowville tap. Out to Vassis. Gets the kick inside forward 50. Rathjen was the target, couldn't handle it, and now Rowville will exit. Looping handball over the top to Clark. Kicks it towards the centre of the ground using the corridor, but Arnott was waiting there, and he's just going to slam it onto the boot. One of the biggest kicks we've seen today, I would say. Little tap down there by Verrill. Receives the handball again. Exits defensive 50. Man in space is Martini, former East Burwood man, of course.
I reckon Wilcox was very stiff not to get a free kick for a push in the back then.
Martini saying, slow it down a little bit. I'm going to go long and towards the boundary line just to take maybe a bit of the sting out of the game. That it does, because it's offhand and over the boundary line. Around the grounds with John O'Van.
Fourth quarter underway at the MCG of the East, and Bayswater have hit the front 65 to 61.
Against?
Mitcham.
I did say MCG of the East, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
So, sharking it there was Johns, of course. Gets the kick down. Wilcox, can he trap it? No.
He's had a massive third quarter, Johns. He's doing everything that he can with all his guile and experience to get Vermont back into this contest.
I'm getting shades of Jackson Sketcher for Noble Park round 1 last year.
If he had to kick those goals, that might be right on the money there, Jared.
Brolick gets the clearing kick. Ross couldn't quite take the mark. There's the siren to end the third quarter, and we might just have a game on our hands here at Vermont Reserve. BWS, who were the goal kickers?
7, 12, 54, the Rowville side lead. Currently, Vermont 4, 8:32. The major goal kickers on the ground. Wind has 4. They were goalless in that third term. Rowville singles to Wood, Martini and Coldcloud, whilst 2 goals to Lockie Dixon for Vermont. See them get their noses back slightly in this game. There's still a chance. There's no doubt about that. Lockie Johns has 1, as does Lucas Vasses. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio East is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. 3 down, 1 to go. All those important around the ground scores on the Score Centre with John O'Ven coming up right after this. Stay with us.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Vermont Recreation Reserve is the venue today, and it's Rowville leading this one by a very handy 22 points. It was a good quarter by Vermont in that third term. They were able to out-muscle in a lot of the contest with Rowville, but still not really hitting the scoreboard where they should have. There was a lot of shots on goal that could have gone through. They're 4-8-32. Rowville is 7-12-54. Let's hear some more around the ground scores with John O'Ven.
Scoring Division 3, three-quarter time. Fentry Gully 35, Surrey Park 70. Go to Oakley District and Sylvan. The home side is 14-11-95 to Sylvan 8-3-51. Now there was also that game in Division 2 between Baronia and East Burwood. I'm seeing if I can try and find a score from that, but at halftime it wasn't looking good. I can only guess that it's not looking good even more so for the Rams.
Now, I haven't heard enough Donny East scores today either, mate. Just to make sure you throw that one into the mix.
They were 14 points up at last call, BWS.
Thanks, Brash. I just needed to know that so I can sit a bit more comfortably in this final term. But is this game still alive?
Oh, well, not really. You're asking me. I think that the key difference is Rowville will show a little bit more poise. Vermont are banging it into their into their forward 50. In the hope that someone can run onto the football and kick a goal, because they don't have a key forward to direct the ball through. When the halfbacks and the midfield are coming down the ground, they're looking for someone to kick the ball to, but there's no one there. So they're just bombing it away, and that just allows Rowville to drop the numbers behind. And
boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side as Ben Wise chats with our man Josh Ward.
Ben, an interesting quarter. Vermont getting back into the contest in that quarter. What you make of it?
Yeah, it was a shit one for us. But mate, they're a good side. They won in and around the source, which we lost our structure a little bit. They played territory footy and got it forward, and we just weren't able to stop it at stages. So we just got to make sure we reset now.
You must be impressed with the continued pressure though from being delivered by the side.
By our side or their side? By our side, yeah, mate. It's a hot footy. We're two proud clubs and we're going at it, and there's a bit of history between us now over the last couple of years, so we've just got to make sure we execute our plan.
What's the message for heading into this final quarter?
Put your head over the footy and win it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben.
Short and sharp. I don't think he was too impressed with that quarter, Ben Wise, but his side goes into this term with a handy almost 4-goal lead and looking to put it out of reach pretty quickly here, Ray Baird.
Boundary.
Turn yourself on, old
Yeah,
mate.
I better turn it on. Turn it off halfway through that last quarter. Only kid. Look, I still believe, although that was Vermont's quarter, but I still believe Rowville are capable of going bang, bang, bang and blow out this game towards the end of the last quarter.
Blake Martin, boundary side.
Adam Parker and Vermont much more positive during that three-quarter huddle. Basically, that they just need to keep winning the contest and the one-on-ones as they try and get back in this.
Here's Jared Beanland to take us away for the final turn.
Thank you very much, Ben. We'll get some scores around the grounds as we get the chance to, but right now, getting the clearance out was McDonald now. He managed to shrug the tackle off, get it forward very, very quickly. Ross, good representation there for Vermont. At ground level is Smith. That's Henry Smith in this instance. Stacks on. Let's go to General Venn.
Asking you shall receive BWS. Doncaster East 8-9-57. They look home to Norwood 5-11-41.
Up we go. Tyson gets it down. McDonald, quick kick out of the pack, bounces into the pocket. And no one can beat the boundary line in that case.
Has it always been that little rise of the fence line, or is that a new thing out here, Brad?
That's where they dug into the mound behind. They lengthened the ground.
It's like the ground at Perth now. I like it.
Chance for Smith, but he's wrapped up immediately. Another stoppage.
It's a great viewing area over there, BWS. I was over there in the reserves game.
Oh, is that where you were hiding?
Yep.
More scores in a second. Tyson tried to bounce a kick out of the pack. Taylor tackled. Arnott bust his way through. Great, don't argue again. Someone got hit in the face. It was Vassis. Fisher extracts the ball, goes for a jog. Who's he found? He's found Burke. Swings onto his right. They've got Rossiter forward, and he takes the mark well within his range. And Ben's just trying to pick up the spirits of Brash here as Vermont do have an opportunity.
More of a bit of a hallelujah. They hit a target inside forward 50.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing. He found space.
Jamison Rossiter.
Must kick goal here.
Yeah, absolutely is.
Put it through.
Lining up very, very deliberately. Walks in. He understands the gravity of this moment for Vermont. Onto the left, and he's pushed it right. That was poor. So 4-9-33. Rowville 7-12-54. Let's go around the grounds with John O'Van.
So we can go to the Baronia and East Burwood game, and Baronia have well and truly hit the ton here, 106-7 at three-quarter time.
You have got to kick those goals.
Yes, you do.
You've just got to kick those goals. There's really no excuse for that, to be honest. He barely scraped it in for a behind in the end as it comes out Burke. They'll get another chance. So Arnott on the left boot goes inside forward 50. Pack flies at the fall of the ball. Strong tackle that time. Lachlan Dixon did well.
That's what kills the confidence of your side when you miss goals like that, Ray.
The build-up was good, and then you let down, Brush.
High throws it up. Burke, little knockdown straight down the throat of Johns, quickly wrapped up by McDonald, brought to ground, another bounce. 3 gone in this final term, 21-point lead. Feels like it should be a lot more. Pretty low scoring affair today. Quick kick out of the pack by McDonald. The Lockwood variety came out, trapped nicely there by Winder, who kicked 4 goals in this game. He's played really well as the kick goes towards the Davey direction. He's got 2 players to beat. They're going to mop it up, though, nicely. Davey's got the handball away. A little kick by Smith. It was neat. And Tyson Himes take the mark. Seeing that defensive arc for Vermont. Kick across the face. It's okay if they hit the targets. Ross spots up Calder. Back on this broadcast side.
He's tried hard all day, Calder. I'll give him that.
I totally agree with that. One of Vermont's best. The kick goes down. The kick just sat up, really. Cooper McDonald was in the front spot and was almost given a gift. Sporting the old dude Dazza. Winds around now on the right boot. although it's not really that old. Everyone has it these days. Big fly in the pocket. Fantastic mark. Going up over the top there of Henry Smith, who was used as a step later. And it'll be a chance now for Matty Davey, one of the favourite sons of the Rowville Football Club, to put through his first of the afternoon.
It's probably been a quiet afternoon, actually, for Matty Davey. He's had some of the football, but not his he usually kicks away 2 or 3 goals for the game.
He kicks this, and in effect, that it's pretty much game over here, I think.
Well, we're right behind him here. Great angle there by Megan Green as the ball goes left and through for one behind.
Now, I saw Matty Arnott pull up short a couple of minutes ago. He's come off and he's getting some work from the trainers. We'll get to our boundary riders to keep an eye on that. Let's go down to them right now.
Yeah, I was about to say that he did look a bit ginger the last couple of minutes, did Matt Arnott, so I'll keep you guys posted on if he comes back onto the ground.
Thank you very much, Josh Ward.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matty's one of those players who's very injury prone. Very injury prone.
Disappointing, because I do like seeing him play. He is an absolute bull. As Durayo had some space and some time to get the kick a little further onto the wing. But stacks on once more. Ball up. 4:09:33. That's Vermont. 7:13, 55. That's Rowville. 5 minutes 20 gone. Thanks to Bendigo Bank for the scoreboard. And it's come out now for Rowville. Clark, he's on a dash. Tackled as he kicked it. Didn't really affect the kick. It's gone straight to the goal square. And it's bounced through. Josh Clark gets the first for the quarter for Rowville.
That's our Tobin Brothers goal of the day, leader at this stage.
Brilliant stuff from Josh Clark. Stole a march on his opponents, got into some space. The tackle didn't faze him, and he had the length on the kick as well to follow through.
Now that's really put a dent in Vermont now, Brash. They couldn't afford to give away that goal.
No, they couldn't.
Let's go around the grounds with John O'Ven.
At 3/4 time at Mulgrave Reserve, the score was Mulgrave 62, the Basin 42. I feel a little bit nervous about this one going into the final term.
Oh, don't be.
Hyatt throws it up. Getting a handball out on hands and knees. Goes out to way to Durayo, who was caught by Martini. He got away with it in the nick of time. The supporters are going off for no reason there as Hyams tried to trap it. They're working themselves out here. Taylor backwards to go forwards on the right boot. Schruck. Schruck goes very deep to the goal square, but getting back. James Ross takes the mark. A timely 1-2. Gets it away to Lockie Johns on the right boot. Kicks it up towards the wing position. Stretching out long was Cooper McDonald, as he's done a few times today. Goes in towards the middle of the ground. Handball by Schruck. Hit up his target teammate there in Duffy, who was looking for Colclough, who was just a little too small in the situation. Easy mark there for Josh Davies over the top. Kicks it out towards the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ball went over the top of all players. First player to meet it out there was McDonald, who threw it away. Was it Brash?
Yeah. It was a scoop sort of handball there. That's got to be 25, umpire.
Yeah, it should have been.
Surely.
Definitely should have been. So chance for all players just to get back in position here. So now it's Wilcox, received the handball, but he can thump it every bit of 50 inside that mark. He goes out towards the Vassus direction.
Boundary.
And over the boundary line it goes. Perfect timing. Let's go boundary side.
Matt Arnott's come straight back onto the ground.
Good to see.
Interesting enough there, Ray. 3 Rowville players went up for the ball.
Yeah.
No Vermont player that just stood there.
It looks like the Matty Wilcox experiment up forward has lasted not long at all. Ross gets the handball into a stack of players. Still no clean possession. Dixon hunting it. Ashley manages to find it, but found himself amongst 2 tacklers as well. Brought to ground, ball up. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. As it's Eastland match of the round from Vermont Recreation Reserve, the Premier Division Grand Final rematch, of course. Rowville and Vermont. Busting his way through was Coughlin. And Rowville, they're going to get it out of defence here. High kick towards the wing. Durayo was there to try and put a stop to things. He did that and took on the game. Ball inside forward 50. Low mark. And that was taken by Lockie Rathjen.
Well, it was almost like slow motion there, Jared. Everyone stopped thinking that the ball had gone out of bounds, and Durayo just kept going. It was a real shank into the forward 50, and Rathjen just happened to be there at the right time to take the grab.
So Luxor fortune. Let's see what the fortune is for Vermont. Onto the right is Lockie Rathjen. Kicks it across the face of goal. And yet another miss.
2 key opportunities there Vermont have had this quarter to kick goals, and they haven't.
Yeah.
Well, not going to win games when you're missing those type of kicks.
Yeah, and you kick 4 goals, 10.
Rowville's missed a fair few as well. To be fair, as it comes out, Coldcloud got the handball out. Stapleton was looking, but he got stripped of the football. Well done by Vassar. Short pass was on. Little knock on was good. Fisher just needed the ball to sit up for him. He was a little bit unlucky in that instant. Came back to Vassar's on the right boot. Got dumped after he kicked it. It was marked by Johns further afield, so nonetheless, it's downfield or a mark. And you see Lockie coming back and going, I'll square this up by about 30 degrees here. But the umpire might just bring him back a little bit tighter as he does now. And he'll have a shot from 35. Now, we saw him kick one in the second term from this nearly this exact spot.
I reckon you're right, Peter. I reckon he's snuck in by about 2 or 3 metres there.
Yeah, well, he went even further and he did get brought back around. You'll have the crowd behind him to cheer him home. We'll have had a shot like this mountain of times. He comes in, the goal umpire did not move. He's just a class act, Lockie Johns, isn't he? 2 goals on the board, and if ever a player was going to lift his side, it is certainly a man of this class. Lockie Johns and the Vermont side get back to within 21 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 10.5 gone, still plenty of time.
We seem to forget that Lockie Johns is a Chandler medalist, mate. And I think sometimes, as the years go by, you tend to think that their input diminishes, a bit like Dan King, but they don't. They get better as they get older.
Yeah, you're dead right, Brash. I mean, look at Pendlebury for Collingwood. People are judging him on what he's doing now, not what he was doing.
And you've still got his poster up in your bedroom, don't you, Brash, of Lockie Johns?
Yeah.
In the bungalow.
The bungalow, mate. That's just about ready to fall over.
Just the game room these days.
No, it's not. It's the second garage. It's got all my tools and equipment.
So, as we were talking, there were a couple of ball ups.
Actually, I reckon Josh Davies for Vermont in the second half, the young left footer, he's taken some good marks and done some nice things.
So thrown from the wing, just defensive side of the wing for Vermont. Brolick gets the clearance out to Coldcloud. Kicks it inside, forward 50 towards the square. Hunting it there was Young, wanting to keep it in. Desperate little kick there towards, it was Wilcox who ended up getting it. He was tackled. And we're in a dangerous spot here for Vermont to try and defend. Wind will take the ruck work for them. Lockie Johns sharked it, tackled immediately. 21-point margin in favour of the Hawks. Johns again gets the clearance, shoves it onto his boot. Pack forms. Tapped down by Smith. Into the hands of a Rowville player. He was wrapped up. They just
haven't been able to win those 50-50 contests in the clinches, Vermont, this afternoon.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Get another ball up. Scooped up by Rowville. That was well done by Lockman, but it was Wilcox getting in the way of that. And it was not a mark. Touched the ground first. Yep. Ball up on the arc. That's Rowville's arc. The 215's go at it again. And winning it was Lockman. Hands it off to McDonald. Kick towards the square. One-on-one situation. Is it just going to trickle out the back? It went the wrong side of the post regardless. 5-10-40. That's Vermont. 8-14-62 is Rowville. 13 minutes gone in this final quarter. Bendigo Bank's scoreboard. Ben Warren-Smith to take us away.
Gureo to bring the ball back in. Broadcast side once again. Well, basically been spoilt this afternoon. A few more goals would have probably been a bit more handy, but Smith takes it. Very indecisive. Eventually gets around his opponent. Kicks it up towards the Wilcox direction. Knocked over the back. Coming in, Cooper McDonald sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Nearly knocking over Josh and Blake there. Didn't move a muscle. Round the ground scores with John O'Ven.
Full time out at Mullum. BWS, you can breathe easy. Doncaster East victors by 17 points, 41-58.
We're on the board as the ball comes in now. Little handball by Jenkins over the back. Came out to Calder. Slams it on his boot up towards the half forward line. Who's going to be there to take the mark? Cooper McDonald. He's been very solid today for Rowville.
Yep.
Had a good game.
Hasn't put a foot wrong, I reckon.
No, he's just as cool, calm and collective the whole time as the kick goes down towards Kane Young, who had good jukes and then slammed it on his boot, but then slammed it down Joey Fisher's throat, who looked a little bit proppy as he took that mark, but going to waste no time either. Goes into the middle of the ground. Still time for Vermont. Smith takes it. It's a 22-point margin. They need 4 straight kicks. They need a little bit of luck as well, which they're just not getting anywhere at the moment as a kick comes out over the top there of Wood's head, but he had his teammate there in McDonald to get it back to Wood, who just couldn't quite trap it on hands and knees. Stapleton over the top of him, Arnott, making him go nowhere, and we'll have a ball up right in front of us here on the broadcast position.
You make your own luck in this game, BWS, and Rowville have done that all afternoon.
Back into play, back out of play. Didn't take long.
Round the grounds with John O.
Several lead changes in this game between Mitcham and Bayswater, and now it's Bayswater back in front, 12-9-81 to 12-7-79. Expect another lead change in the dying minutes.
That was Tyson Schrock onto the right from the arc, and that could have sealed it.
It's a goal.
It is a goal. Judging by the body language of the Vermont player there. Are we going at a score review? What are they doing? Free kick. Free kick picked out. Mav Taylor, point blank range, bang. Easiest goal you'll get.
The downfield free kick, probably the better result in that case.
Let's go boundary side.
I thought for a second they were whipping out the arc system at the local footy level, the umpires.
Did that go through? That went through for a goal, correct?
It went through for a goal. It must have been a downfield free kick as the umpire...
Yeah, it happened just outside the 50-metre arc.
Yeah, I think the umpire just maybe
acted on impulse.
Well, you can Mav Taylor owes Tyson Schruck $100 because he basically had a Tobin Brothers goal of the day there, and it just got stolen straight off him.
And
$100.
Maybe just give him a penalty, Tobin Brothers goal of the day as a result.
Oh, I can't believe that. As it comes out now, quick kick forward now by McDonald. I don't know why the umpire just wouldn't let that play go on. Anyway, luck coming inside forward 50, and now, the game's wrapped up, and now it might be an opportunity for Rowville just to pile a few on.
BWS, you said that he owes him $100, but I tell you what, they both owe Lockman $100 because that hit out was perfect right in front of us.
Now you're getting $100 for a hit out. I should become a ruckman. Kane Young will have a kick from just inside 50. Comes in now. Deliberate kick, and it is perfect. Goal umpire didn't move then. That's 2 in a row now for Rowville. This game is absolutely sewn up. 10-14-74 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Vermont 5-10-40, and pretty much doing exactly what Spider predicted at three-quarter time.
And what did he say at three-quarter time?
That Rowville would run away with it in the last.
Yeah, well, I think we all said that, didn't we, Brad? Even Brad said that pre-game.
Any other special comments you might like to throw in, boys?
No.
Let's go down boundary side.
I was about to say that at three-quarter time, the Rowville boys were pretty confident of running over the top of Vermont.
34-point margin. Lockie Johns tackled. No free kick given. Out to the wing. Fighting for it still is Vassis. Just lost handle on the ball, though. Burt comes in. Tackled. Ball up.
Story of the day. Paul, what do you got?
Yeah, the clearances, Rowville have been very solid, they're very dominant in clearances, 39-25 the way of Rowville.
Also go around the grounds in a second as Barker gets the clearing kick towards Rossiter. Rowville, good tackle low by Vermont, ball up, let's go around the grounds.
Noble Park said absolutely have a huge win here, 17-608 to Berwick, 7-7-49 in the last term dying minutes.
Good to see Noble Park with the capacity to kick big scores, definitely makes things interesting in the division. Another ball up.
At least Vermont will have a friend with them on the bottom of the ladder tonight.
Misery loves company, Brash. James Ross. James Ross gets the punch down there from that marking contest. Goes again. Aggressive stuff. Tackled though. Wrapped up. 18 and a half minutes gone. 5-10-40. That's Vermont, 10-14, 74 Rowville, Vermont Recreation Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Thank you very much for joining us on YouTube and Facebook, and Radio Eastern as well. Dario stole a march from his opponents, was still tackled. Got a kick into the centre of the ground. It's been broken up by Rowville, though, as it has been so often. Ball's still live here as Arnott lays a tackle. Ball up.
I think Dario and probably Johns have probably been Vermont's two best players today.
Can't disagree. As we'll have to start thinking about the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, and of course also the MEGT Rookie of the Day. We'll share our thoughts on that, on all three awards after the game in our post-show recap. 2-on-2 situation on the wing. Good trap there by Coldclough. That's Jai. Nearly got the handball away. Davies had something to say about it, but Coldclough turned tackler holding the ball.
That was a heck of a reaction from that man in the crowd. Gee whiz.
And Mav Taylor, snap at goal. Just the 1 point, though.
Indigo Bank scoreboard, 10-15-75 Rowville, 35-point lead over Vermont, 5-10-40. We're into time on here in the final term. This game's over. Can't come back from this. Been a solid performance by Rowville all day. Tyson Calder, who I believe is one of Vermont's best players today. Short passes on to Johns. Swings around on the right boot now. Kick goes in the middle, straight through the arms of Ruthgen. Couldn't hold the mark. And slowing things down. Keep the scores coming through. Jono will let us know as I get the flashing attention now. Jono?
Yes, indeed. We can go out to the Park Orchards and Montrose game. Despite the fact that Garthwaite has 8, presumably Ryan Garthwaite, it's 15-17, 107 to Montrose, 11-16, 82. Not full-time.
So the handball away, thanks Jono. Lockie Johns drives the ball inside forward 50. Once again, it's been cut off. Been able to do that so well today. Kick goes out towards Davey, who takes the mark. Half back line, linking up there with Coughlin. He's done another sneaky kick on the inside of his boot. He's done that twice today. That's pretty classy. Davey over the top. Hit up his target there in McDonald on the right boot. Drives the ball very deep. Getting a timely fist on it there was Tyson Hyams, who keeps the ball alive too. That was really well played there by Tyson. Was it Vassos? Sorry, Brash. Mark's been taken by Barker, who gets 25 to boot.
He's tried in the second half, Barker.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think all players have tried. It's just
there's just no consistency, is there?
That's it. Let's go around the grounds, Jono.
Last couple of minutes, I believe, between Waverley Blues and Ringwood, it's Waverley by 12 points.
Well, another opportunity gone begging here for Vermont as the driving kick comes out to the wing position, almost clocking a falcon there was Martini. Came out though. Vassos got it right this time. Brash over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw in.
Yeah, Luke Vassos has had a good second half. He's tried to get involved in the contest, but overall, in the overall scheme of things in the 4 quarters, Vermont have just been chasing tail for most of the afternoon.
Johns overran the ball, and it's come out to Brolick, now to Coldclough, and it's Jai Coldclough this time, takes the mark, hands it off, loading up from centre half forward.
Clark.
With a kick at goal, it was Clark, but no avail. One behind. That's 10-16, 76 to 5-10, 40 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're well into time on in this final quarter.
What did I say, Ray? That Rowville by 6 goals?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did, yes.
Wilcox to...
Pat yourself on the back of the siren, Brash.
I should be a bloody clairvoyant, shouldn't I? Oh, we've already got one of them.
We do indeed.
And he's not that good.
So Rathjen lays the tackle.
Now what's he
Still
going to...
going hard. What's the umpire saying here as Liam Coughlin was taken down? It's just a ball up.
Yeah.
The umpiring's been very good today.
I was going to say that. Well done. The umpires have done very well.
Ross, the captain, now the ruckman, taps it down. Johns was hunting it. Hands it off to Fitzpatrick. Steps round one onto the right, top of the goal square. Ooh. The high flyers are there, but so's the post. The ball hit it. Just the 1 point.
rushed.
5:11:41 to 10:16:76 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We are well into time on BWS.
Wood goes short. Donald takes the mark. Donald go to his teammate there in off, sorry.
Ray, how do you think Ben Wise will be looking at this result? I know he'd be happy with the 4 points. Would he be a little disappointed with the second half?
Look, I suppose he would, but he'd be so happy with the first half that I think that, you could overlook that third quarter. I mean, their last quarter's been okay. And look, there was going to be a stage, as I said, when Vermont were going to come back. That's football.
And how do you think Adam Parker will think about this game? What do you think he needs to think about?
Well, I think they've got to go back to the drawing board. I don't. They've been pushed off the ball since the start of the game. That's a big thing I can see.
Ball's in the Vermont forward line here. A little scrambling kick goes out wide.
If Rossiter is going to play centre half forward or full forward, which I know he is, he's got to find a way to get into the contest more, because you can't afford to be running around having 6 or 7 possessions, and then when you get your opportunity to kick goals, you can't afford to miss.
From the stoppage here, snap around the body. This is going goalward. That was a fantastic goal by Jenkins. Another contender for our Tobin Brothers goal of the day, straight off the pack, and good play by him, and the margin reduced back now, so it's 29 points, so it's not even close to Brush's prediction of 6 goals anymore.
Whoops.
Let's go around the grounds with John O'Ven, though.
A final score out at Walker Park, and Bayswater have won by 8 points. And it looks like Murrelbach are also going to win their game against North Ringwood. They're currently 86-63.
Upsets all over the place in Div 1. Park Orchards as well, down to the boundary line with Josh Ward.
Auckland Jenkins, after kicking that goal, he looked a bit ginger afterwards, but he's gotten a bit of pickle juice and he looks fine now.
Keep an eye on Tyson Schruck as well, who came off holding his left arm.
It's actually in a sling.
Boundary.
He's off.
Yeah, I think he did go into the rooms as well, so you can rule him out for the rest of the game.
Unfortunate stuff there for Tyson Schruck. He played well today. That was such a poor handball. They've messed it up completely. Well, that represents their day, Vermont. Taylor kicks it. Wind was the option. Davies is there, though. Wind just beats him to it. So snaps around the body on the right. For it is Davies. Was he able to take the mark? Yes, he was. Plays on. Kicks around the corner. Point blank range. Rowville get another. There's your 6-goal margin again.
26 and a half gone here. John O'Ven, surely some more scores are coming through.
Looks to be a final score between Park Orchards and Montrose. 15-18, 108, defeating the Demons 12-16, 88.
So that's an impressive score there by Park Orchard to kick 100 points against Montrose.
Yep. Despite the fact that Ryan Garthwaite has kicked 6 goals as well.
Okay.
So it's gone from 8 to 6, has it?
Stolen too.
As it comes out, I'm only going with what you're saying.
Yeah,
sorry, mate. Yeah, no, that's all right. Just don't do it again.
I put the blame squarely on Blake Tennant, BWS.
Martini couldn't get anywhere because he was wrapped up by Dureo.
You just didn't hear it properly, Van. He was whispering it.
I reckon there's about 2 minutes left.
Time for Rowville to kick a point, you might say, Brash, as it comes out now to Wood. Wood, little scrambly kick, gets it over the top there. Brolick gets it around. I'll snap around the body there by McDonald. And he kicked the point that Brash has been after. Marching back out to a straight 6 goals. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 27 and a half gone, 47-83. Giving the old Oracle a run for his money today as Wilcox brings it in, Joe.
Thank you, BWS. Well, it was turned over immediately. Well read by Lockman. He's had a very good game, Lockman.
Yes. Yep.
I've been very impressed with him. He's a good sized player, very versatile. His disposal's good as well. Joey Fisher sets himself, goes for the fly. Couldn't get a hand to it though, and it's come out to Dureo. Looping handball over the top. Fitzpatrick wrapped up in the McDonald tackle. I've loved Cooper McDonald's game as well.
I've been disappointed with Fitzpatrick today. A player of his calibre, he really hasn't given much run for Vermont.
Ross taps it down to Johns. Onto the right, 2-on-2 situation. More will come. Rathjen out the back. He's got Eichhoff for company. Eichhoff fighting hard still. A couple of tackles wrap up. That's LaPlanche. for Rowville.
Once again, Eichhoff was able to bump Rathjen off the
Keep
ball.
him out of the contest.
And take him out of the contest.
28 minutes, 40 gone in this final quarter. So we're playing on to the final bell here. Another tackle laid, another ball up. 47-83 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Little kick in danger perhaps there from Wood. And there's the siren. It's all over, and Rowville have repeated what they did in the grand final last year, beaten Vermont, this time much more convincingly. And Vermont, that is, remain winless for season 2024.
Fantastic win here by the Rowville Hawks today. Final score out here at Vermont Recreation Reserve, 11-17-83 to Vermont 6-11-47. Let's cross down boundary side with Josh Ward.
I've got Lockie Wind alongside me. Lockie, a terrific victory. Must be nice to get another win over Vermont.
Yeah, it is. They're a quality side, and in that second half they really tested us. So credit to them, but also credit to our boys. All day stuck at it, so it was good to get the win.
That first half must have been particularly pleasing. You were on the receiving end of a couple of good deliveries from the midfield, and just the whole team being really strong across the park.
Yeah, it was good for us first half. Got to thank credit for the mids and the other boys feeding it down to me. But it was it was a good first half for us. Started in the midfield, so that's how we got the lead.
And coming back down to Rowville after a couple of weeks at the VFL level, must be nice to be back playing for the Hawks.
Yeah, it's nice playing with the boys again. We all want to granny together, and I've been playing with these boys for years. So yeah, it's really nice to come back and play with them again.
Well, thanks again, Lockie. I'll pass it over to you, Blake, with Cooper.
Joined here by Cooper McDonald. Cooper, you didn't really put a foot wrong during the whole game. How'd you see it?
I was supported by a pretty decent backline today. Had a fair few good ins, and the boys defended really well, which sort of allowed me to play my game. So yeah.
Did well to not let Vermont back in it. There was a stage in the game where they were trying to just creep the door open there.
Yeah, the message was just stay connected, keep trying to play our way. They're a quality side, so we knew they were going to come, but it's just about stopping their momentum and getting the game back on our terms. So yeah.
Appreciate your time. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Great stuff there, Blake Tennant with Cooper McDonald, and of course Lachlan Wind as well. Some serious quality ink work on Cooper McDonald. Very impressive there, but all impressive was the whole side. There's no doubt about that at Rowville. And look, they're the reigning premier, and they've proven early in this season, Ray Baird, that they're certainly going to be one of the main sides to catch again this year.
They certainly are, and what happens now is they set up for a great home game next week against Baldwin. And I don't know if Baldwin got over the line today, but if they did, it's another clash with a two undefeated side. But realistically, you can't find a weak player in that Rowville side today.
Well, we're going to have a break here as Rowville go off the park, and when we come back, we'll wrap up out here, give away all our rewards, and talk about what was a great win by the Rowville Hawks today.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter, save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Back out here at Vermont Recreation Reserve for the last time this afternoon. Today saw a great 6-goal victory, picked by Brash too, right on the money there. 11-17, 83 Rowville to 6-11-47 Vermont. Boys, it's time to go around and give our votes for our best on ground today, which is a Sportsco Eastland best on ground player. I'm going to start with you, Ray Baird.
Well, look, first of all, I have to give an apology. Tom Lockman, I had great raps on him. I thought, with shower makers out of that side, for a young fella who's only played in the seniors this year, coming up from the twos last year, he put in a fantastic effort. But all in all, I just think, particularly in the first half, the effort of Liam Conklin, I just thought he was absolutely brilliant, and he carried on in the second half, but particularly in the first half. That's my vote.
That's your 3-2-1?
No, that was, well, you want 3-2-1. Well,
Yeah. That's how we usually do it for, forever.
It's been a while. Well, three votes to Coughlin, 2 to Lockman, and 1 to Wine.
He was just giving you his sixpence.
Thank you very much to Ray Baird. I'll leave Brash alone for a little bit. Let's go to our boundary riders. Blake Martin, your 3-2-1 today.
I thought Wind had a great game. McDonald as well down back, and I'll give 1 vote to Lachlan Jenkins.
So 3 to Wind, 2 to Lockman, was it?
2 to McDonald and 1 to Jenkins.
2 to McDonald.
As we are writing it down, just making sure that we get the tally right.
Josh Ward?
3 votes, got to go to Cooper McDonald, superb on return. Lockie Wind with 2 votes, and I'll go I'll go Tom Lockman for the 1 vote. He was 2.
You're reading my mind there, Josh.
Reading your notes, Brash, that old chestnut, is it?
No, I was tossing up between Lockman and Coughlin for the 1 vote. But
you won't need to go to me now, BWS. We'll just...
No, we'll go through them again, Brash.
3 to Cooper McDonald, 2 to what's his name? 2
to Wine, 1 to Lockman.
Yeah, and 1 to Lockman.
No worries. Paul Yaconi?
1 vote to Coughlin, 2 to Wind, and 3 to Cooper McDonald.
Thanks very much, Paul. How did you see it, Jared?
Well, I've got 3 for Cooper McDonald, have to agree there. 2 to Coughlin, he was excellent, especially in the first half. I've also got 1 for Brolick. I just think that the clearance work was very important for Rowville. They had to really stop a very powerful Vermont midfield, and Brolick always leads the way in the mids for Rowville.
Thanks very much, Jared. My 3-2-1, 3 to McDonald today. I thought he was absolutely superb. Barely put a foot wrong. 4 goals to Wind. He really set Rowville up in that first half. 1 vote today goes to Lachlan Johns from the Vermont Football Club. I thought he was really serviceable. Tried his heart out, as he always does, all afternoon. But the votes say it all, and a great win today by the big man. McDonald today. We're in the number 11, Cooper McDonald. He wins the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground and a $50 Sportsco voucher, which is a great buy as well. You can go down and get whatever you want down from one of their stores anywhere, but you go to Eastland because that's the place to get it from, really, at the end of the day. Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. Had a couple marked down. I thought Josh Clark's goal was fantastic for Rowville, but then also Lachlan Jenkins from Vermont as well. How do we see that one go, boys?
I reckon Clark's goal in that third quarter.
Yep.
He was being run down and he still went on and kicked
Yeah,
the goal.
no, I'm quite happy to go with him, Josh Clark.
All those that say aye.
Aye.
Say
Aye.
aye. Yeah, we have a $50 Coles
Motion
Myer
carried.
voucher going his way. Congratulations there to Josh Clark of the Rowville Football Club. And, of course, the MEGT Rookie of the Day award. The number of players who are eligible for this award today, and they are Angus Strawn, Lachlan Rathjen, Josh Davies, Henry Smith from Vermont, Callum Verrill, Brock Colclough from Rowville, Matt Martini, Tyson Schruck, and Braden Lepanchi. How do we see that? Do you know, my vote's going to Tyson Schruck today.
I had Tyson as well.
Yeah, so did I.
Yep.
I was leaning more towards Colclough in that first half because he was really good, but Tyson Schrock was consistent for the 4 quarters. He gets my votes for the rookie.
I did like Josh Davies' game as well. He was under a lot of pressure with the
he played
amount
well
of
in the
forward
second half.
entries. Yeah, for sure. And I was impressed with how he stood up. And his disposal wasn't too bad despite the men around him, unfortunately.
So the winner of the MEGT Rookie of the Day goes to Tyson Schruck. So they got a clean sweep of the awards today, the Rowville side. Opportunity for us to go to Jono Venn with some important finishing scores out there today, Jono.
So just to confirm, as Ray predicted, it was Baldwin winning 81-60 over East Ringwood. We can go to maybe a couple of other divisions as well, but Play HQ is of course playing up. So I might be back with you. Maybe not.
PHQ. Okay.
So that's a wrap from you, Jono. We're going to wrap it up now anyway. So thanks for start of the day calling the women's football as you always do, and on the big game today, doing a great job around the grounds. Thanks for your work today, mate.
No worries, and it was great to be part of it again. On to the next one.
Of course, Paul Yaconi always down the far left on the stats centre. Good game today, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it, and of course the boys on the boundary line, they had the best spot on the park, there's no doubt about that. Josh Ward back down with some bit of grass under his feet. Great job by you, mate.
Oh, always a pleasure to be roaming the boundary, especially on the brand new deck of Vermont Recreation Reserve. It is an absolute picture.
Watch you don't get run over, mate.
Talk about rookies of the year. Blake Martin doing a superb job boundary side again. Well done, Blake.
Thanks, BWS. Thank you, boys. Great to be here.
Nothing makes me happier than calling with my besties and Ray Baird. It was great to be alongside you again in the caravan this afternoon, mate.
Yeah, no, thanks, mate. It was a great game of football. Always happy when you walk away winning.
Winners are grinners and losers can please themselves, can't they, Wayne Brasher?
Exactly, and it was Rowville's day again, and Vermont, I've got a bit of work to do to get back into the season.
Are Rowville going to be the team to beat this year, Brash?
I think so. From the games I've seen so far, they seem to have a lot of calm. They're very calm and they're composed, and I think they've got a really good overall game plan.
Yeah, great stuff. And, of course, riding shotgun today, doing a superb job in the co-caller's chair, Jared Beanland. Great performance by you today, mate.
Thank you very much, BWS. Excellent to call alongside you for the first time. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Was a lot of fun. Thanks to Ryan Long for putting everything together today, to Kate Green and working wonders with the women's football this morning. Megan Green, the best camera woman in the country. Lee Green from LKLM Media, the man that makes sure this whole production goes together and goes seamlessly well. Thank you very much to you, Lee. You're even got a round of applause there as well. Thanks for being here. We've had a great afternoon. I hope your team won today. We'll be back next weekend. Thanks for tuning in.